I'm going to go ahead and call this meeting to order. It is 6 p.m. This is a regular meeting for Tuesday, February 17th, 2026. Madam Clerk, would you take the roll?
I will. Michael Bowles.
Here.
Stephanie Nowers.
Here.
Dee McKee. Here. Maxwell Sumner.
Present.
Bill Gamble.
Here.
Dimitri Bonoff.
Here.
Ron Bernier.
Present.
Madam Mayor, you have a quorum.
Thank you. Is there anything any of the members would like to pull from the consent agenda? Assemblyperson McKee, I see your light is on. Is that intentional?
I'm sorry.
Your light is on. Okay. No problem. Is there anything anybody wants to pull from the consent agenda? Okay. Are there other changes to the agenda that anyone would like to make? Okay, hearing none, then the agenda is approved as presented. If you'll all stand, and Assemblyperson Sumner, would you lead us in the pledge, please?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And I have a proclamation to do, so I will be coming down. So where Education and Sharing Day is observed in recognition of the birthday of Rabbi Mesham
Schneerson.
Shanson, whose lifelong dedication to education, moral responsibility, and service to others has had a lasting effect on our global economy. Whereas the rabbi has emphasized that education must extend beyond the classroom to include character development, ethical conduct, and a commitment to improving the lives of others. And whereas the principles that have been celebrated throughout Education and Sharing Day encourage individuals to pursue knowledge not only solely for personal advantage, but as a means to foster understanding, compassion, and shared responsibilities within our community. And whereas the observance of the highlights of the essential role of parents, educators, mentors, and community leaders is shaping the future generations through teaching, example, and service. Whereas the Matsu Borough recognizes the importance of education, service, and shared values in building a strong and inclusive community. Now therefore, I, Mayor of the Matsu Borough, do hereby proclaim Education and Sharing Day. It is to be observed throughout our borough and encourage all of our residents to reflect on the enduring value of education, to share knowledge generously, and to contribute positively to the well-being of our community. So therefore, I set my hand on this day, February 17th, in the seal of the borough.
Thank you.
Would you like to say
Sure.
something?
Thank you very much. Thank you so much, Mayor Edna, and to all the members of the Assembly for this special honor. In 1978, the U.S. Congress designated Education and Sharing Day on the birthday of the Rebbe, which is always celebrated 4 days before Passover, and this year it will be on Sunday, March 29th, as a time to pause and recognize our responsibility to ensure that our young people have the foundations necessary to lead lives rich in purpose and fulfillment. From childhood, the Rebbe envisioned a world of peace and tranquility for all, and advance the sacred responsibilities and ethical values known as the 7 Noahide laws, as instructed to Noah by God, and again and at Mount Sinai to Moses, which have formed the bedrock of society since the dawn of civilization. These have many details, but in a nutshell, they are to honor the Creator, respect life, reject violence, act honestly, value family, promote generosity, and build a just and moral society. The Rebbe teaches that education in general should not be limited to the acquisition of knowledge and preparation for a career. Instead, education should place greater attention, indeed the main attention, on the building of character with the emphasis on moral and ethical values. Education and Sharing Day is about creating conversations. It is about the conversations we have with our children around the dinner table, the conversations we have with our students in the classroom, and the conversations we have day in and day out that can have an impact on the hearts and minds of our young ones. Here in the Matsu, in the public schools, they begin the day with 60 seconds of quiet, a moment in which neither teachers nor administrators instruct the students what to do then. It is simply a time for silence. This presents a valuable opportunity for parents to discuss with their children of how to use the moment meaningfully. At the start of the day, when minds and hearts are fresh, what thoughts should they focus on? How can they set a positive tone for the day ahead? These discussions help lay the foundation for children's studies, interactions, and personal growth. The Rebbe emphasizes that the key to a moral and ethical behavior is instilling in students an awareness that there is an eye that sees and ear that hears, the creator and master of the universe who watches over each individual and cares about their thoughts, words, and action. This understanding ensures children that they are never alone and encourages them to act with kindness, responsibility, and integrity. By beginning the day with these thoughts, students are more likely to make good choices, speak with sensitivity, and treat others with compassion. People are more influenced by the things they do than by the knowledge they are taught. Therefore, beyond the conversations, it is important to promote these ideas through action. In 1974, the Rebbe introduced the charity campaign. This was not a fundraiser for a specific cause or a call for philanthropists to write large checks. Instead, it was a grassroots campaign to train us all to become givers. The idea is simple. Set aside a box in your home or in your office as a charity box and start off the day by giving a small amount to charity. Children should have their own charity boxes and should be encouraged to give charity every day. This will educate them to have empathy and to care for others. The key is to do this on a consistent basis. Beyond the value of the accumulated charity money benefiting worthy cause, the hand becomes a giving hand and one becomes a giver as a result. And therefore, as I do every year, I will be gifting each one of you, the members here in the Assembly and the Mayor, with this charity gift. Although March 29th has been set aside as Education and Sharing Day, its theme and message are relevant every day of the year. Even today, let us reflect on the collective obligation and opportunity to enhance the true education of our children, to serve as proper role models, and to take concrete action and bring more goodness and kindness into our world. May God bless your efforts to make your brighter future for everyone here in this borough and beyond, and may the merit of your crucial work bring God's blessings into your personal lives as well, for good health, success, and happiness. And may our collective effort to perfect the world and make it a place of goodness and godliness hasten the arrival of the ultimate redemption through the revelation of Mashiach speedily in our days. Amen. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
The next item on our agenda is minutes from the preceding meetings. There's a regular meeting on the 6th of January, a special meeting on the 20th of January, a regular meeting on the 20th of January, and a regular meeting on the 3rd of February. Are there any changes to the minutes being presented? Okay. Hearing and seeing none, the minutes are approved. The next item is reports and correspondence. Are there any comments on any of those? Okay. Reports from the cities. Don't see anybody here. Report from the school district. Okay, I don't see anybody. We do have a report, I'm sure, from the state. Thanks, Todd.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the Assembly, staff, and constituents. It's great to see so many people here tonight, so I won't
Yeah.
take up too much of your time. Usually when there's a large audience, it means you're going to be busy with public testimony. So real quickly, I just did want to let you know that I stopped by today and paid my taxes. So it was I think only experienced an 8% increase in property values, but what I've been thinking about a lot lately, there's been a lot of conversation about property values in Anchorage, Matsu, really all over the state. And one of the things that fascinates me as a behavioral economist is how people respond to financial things, to incentives, to news like property values. And I did some quick math, and I won't bore everyone too much, but other than to say what was taken from the average family of 4 in the Matsu borough in the form of a PFD cut was a fraction of what they would pay if you kept the mill rate the same based on property value increases. To put it another way, the average family of 4 lost $10,000 last year in the form of a PFD cut. And even if you kept the mill rate the same, which I don't think you will, it would still be about a tenth of what the property tax increase would be, about a tenth of what your average family of 4 is scheduled to lose in a PFD cut this year. And so again, it fascinates me because I recognize people are upset about property value increases and the impact that has on them. But the hidden tax that has occurred in our state for many years now is far more significant. And that's why, once again, the governor has proposed fiscal plan legislation. Part of that is the constitutionalization of the PFD. Part of that is a sales tax and other revenue measures to diversify our tax base rather than just taking the PFD to fill the deficit. And the other part is a spending cap, which is statutory. But the governor, I know there was a lot of talk initially about, well, the governor wants to tax us more and we're losing our PFD. No, what the governor proposed is that a sales tax would partially fill that deficit along with some other revenue measures while putting the PFD in the Constitution. And the governor is looking forward to all that legislation passing or none of it being signed by him. It looks like that is not the direction that the House and Senate majority are moving in. It looks like what they've done so far is they've made your PFD 0 in House Finance. And there's also a piece of legislation that the governor filed for revenues that they have now turned into an income tax, internet tax, and some other revenue measures. So I guess what I want to leave you with tonight, and then, if you have any questions or if anybody listening has any questions, they can reach out to me. But we need to do something about our fiscal situation in Alaska. But the answer is not for the legislature just to spend all of the earnings of the permanent fund and then ask for more taxes in the future. We need a legislature that comes together, creates a fiscal plan, something that's sustainable, something that's not a burden on Alaskans, and something that diversifies the revenue stream and also gets rid of the volatility in budgeting and the political games that happen in Juneau every year. So the governor will be working with legislators on that if they're interested in doing that. so far, that hasn't looked too promising, but we'll keep optimistic. The other thing, real quickly, that I wanted to say is just thank you to the Matsu Borough for working, on the gas line issue. I know the governor's invited boroughs to participate in some of those discussions. I know he really appreciates the approach that the Matsu Borough has taken in the sense of what can we do to do our best to get the gas line project moving. And so I wanted to thank you for that. If anybody has any questions, I'm happy to take them now, or like I said, you could reach out.
Anyone? Yes.
Thank you, Todd. I really appreciate the work the governor's doing to put a fiscal plan on the table and get people talking about it. I wondered, with the sales tax, do you know off the top of your head how much would get paid for by out-of-state residents?
Yeah, thank you. Through the mayor to Assemblymember Nowers, I really appreciate that question because, as I mentioned, some in the legislature have proposed an income tax. The research that ICER showed was that a sales tax actually takes the most from out of state than even an income tax. And with a sales tax, it's about 30%, around 30% that would be paid for by out of state residents. The PFD take is almost 100% Alaskan residents, that because they get the PFD. You know, some people get the PFD military that might live out of state, but the income tax doesn't take as much from out of state residents as the sales tax does because of the tourism industry and the fact that we have 2.3 million, I think, tourists a year. So that's why the sales tax, that's a big reason why the governor proposed a sales tax in his revenue measure.
Okay. Anyone else? Yes. Assemblyperson Fanoff, go ahead.
Next week, part of our delegation's traveling to Juneau, which is we're going to be there on the 25th and 26th. Last time we did not have a chance to see governor. Was going to ask you if you know that he's going to be in the Capitol during those 2 days.
Well, they don't trust me with his schedule, Assemblymember Fanoff, through the mayor, but because I would definitely fill it up. I'm not sure if he will be in Juneau next week. I did hear that he might be traveling out of state. I think that the State of the Union speech is coming up pretty soon, but I'm not exactly sure when that is even. So I'm not sure, but you definitely should reach out to his scheduling team or me. I can see if we can get you on his schedule if he's in town.
Let him know we're going to be there, and we're the local government where he lives, and we'd love to see him if he's there.
Yep. I also would recommend maybe meeting with Chief of Staff or Deputy Chief of Staff as well if the governor's not available.
We tried that too. It didn't work last time, so that's what I'm saying now.
I will just say one more thing through the mayor to Assemblymember Fanoff. The governor is a huge fan of the Matsu Borough, and not just because he lives here, but because he sees the Matsu Borough as really being a borough that's interested in responsible economic development, low taxes, an assembly that puts the priorities of residents first. And so he is doing everything that he can to promote Matsu Borough assets and economic development everywhere he goes.
Deputy Mayor?
I just want to tell you, Todd, thank you very much for all your hard work, and to tell the governor thank you as well. Keep up the faith.
Thank you.
Assemblyperson McKee?
I'm not sure if this is the place that I should ask you, but a bill was, I think it was already filed, Elise Galvin and somebody else, about $150, basically a head tax. Do you know about that? Where it is, what's the status?
Through the mayor, yes, I'm familiar with that. It's some people have said that it's kind of an introductory income tax, and with the potential of it growing into something much larger, and so they have concerns about that. I think my biggest concern is that it is being advertised as for education.
Yeah.
but we can't special designate revenue for specific expenditures at the state level, just like you can't at the assembly level.
Okay.
So, yeah, there, I guess it's a good message for those who might not be aware of that, but yeah, I am
out there.
familiar with that.
Well, as always, thank you very much, Todd, for being here and answering questions and giving us the information. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Hey, did we have any meetings, joint assembly, school board meetings to report? We do not. Okay. Are there any public relations reports from any of the assembly? Okay, all righty. Mr. Manager, you have a report for us, please?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll be very brief. Several weeks ago, the Assembly had tasked me to take a look at potentially putting a request for interest together to put out on the street to solicit any interest from like a data center or a high energy using like industrial application where we make land available and talk about that process. So that RFI, there's a memo in your red folder that details some of that, and that RFI will go live on the website and be sent out. It's open-ended, so if you have questions or comments, let me or Russ Kraft know. But that is headed out this week. That's all I have, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Attorney, do you have no comments? Madam Clerk?
Clerk's report is in your red folder with the upcoming meeting schedule. It's through May, so it's pretty big schedule. And then the quasi judicial report is in the clerk's report also, and that's it.
Okay. The next item on our agenda is citizens and other correspondence. Are there any comments from the assembly on the citizens and other correspondence? Okay, hearing none, then they are presented. Madam Clerk, IMs.
IM 26038, informing the assembly of the manager's signature on and a grant application for submission to the Matsu Health Foundation.
Okay, are there any comments on the IM? Okay, hearing none, and it is presented. The next item is audience participation. Do we have sign up? Okay. So we have two audience participations on the agenda. If you testify under this audience participation, then you will not be allowed to testify on the second. But there are public hearings on certain items, and so you can testify under audience participation and then also testify under public hearings. And we have a sign-up sheet, and when we've gone through that, then we will be open to anybody. So if you miss signing up, you'll still be able to testify, and then we'll go online and receive the testimonies from those people. Okay, David Palmer.
Good evening, Madam Mayor.
Good evening.
And about 10, 12 years ago, I was the chair for the Matsu Borough Parks, Rec, and Trails Board. And at that time, they tried to do the Alaska LNG route. And what we did was recommend they go down the east side of the Parks Highway, not the west side. Now, that may not have much basis for most people, but on your chart where you show the Trapper Creek area, in 1980, the state did the 9 Mile Creek land disposal, and I bought some of that. The problem with the current route is it goes through my property. So if you want me to own the pipeline, let me know. Otherwise, I'd like to have it not go through my property. Now, in 1980, when I bought that, 39 people bought property. I don't know how many still do. You'd still own it. But when they tried to do that 10 years ago, I asked them if they could put the pipeline up about 12 feet every couple miles so that we could take snow machines or ATVs or whatever underneath them, because we do have a matrix of trails that goes through that area. They did not want to do that. And that's why we said, take the pipeline to the east side of the road. Very few people own property on the east side of the road. So, anyway, that's about all I have to say, except we'll all be in court because I don't want the pipeline on my property.
All right.
Unless I own it. So anyway, so thank you for listening.
You're
If you'd like to get a hold of me, I know Bill knows how to get a hold of me, and you probably do as well. I'll be happy to come over and chat, and we'll all get educated. So, any questions?
No,
Okay.
thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Jackie?
Good evening, Mayor and Assembly. My name is Jackie Goforth. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I'd like to start with apologizing for some information I spoke on at the library board meeting last week. I was under the mistaken impression that the library board was the same as the LCAC with 7 members and 2 alternates. I was incorrect, which meant a quorum is 4. I was incorrect. It's actually 9, so a quorum is 5. So I want to apologize for putting out misinformation. And I also want to point out how easy it is to correct misinformation. For instance, last time I spoke, one of the members up there said that this book was not available in the borough. It happens to be available in the borough. It was checked out from Willow. And I also want to tell you, your handout I just gave you, I don't really care about being lampooned. I had to put a cover on this, just exactly like they have to put a cover on this, because otherwise it's very pornographic what they're giving you. Now, this book is obscene. And when I said I lost the challenge hearing, I lost the challenge hearing. It took place on May 18th of 2023. And if you look it up, you can hear, as 2 librarians and 2 librarian board members, who all seem to be a member of the nonprofits, all agreed that this book is fine and needs to be placed in children's hands. And they need the right to do that. Now, I'd like to tell you that this book, I have a little time, this book actually has 3 messages for everything I'm going to show you. One of them is overt, the other one is subliminal, and the third is superliminal. Now, what you're looking at right now, if you will see, there is a huge failure of science. Remember, you have to have serious failure of science, or whatever it is for the Miller test? The anus is not the entrance to anything. I have checked various doctors. You can check yourself. Anyone who happens to have an anus uses it to evacuate the excrement from their body. No one in nature, very few species, use it to insert things. In fact, I tried to do a pie chart and it's so negligible you cannot see it. So that is a failure of science. So the overt message is, the anus is a, what does it say? Let's read it, shall we? It's the entrance to your bowels. It's a passageway. And hey, it's got all this tight, flexible hole that makes it a erogenous zone for touching and penetrating. That's the overt message. The subliminal message is, everyone's lying to you. The clergymen, your parents, your teachers, because it's not sinful to do this. It's not perverted. It's not unsafe. Everyone does it. Look, it's even accepted by society. It's in this book. But the superliminal message, that's the one where you know something got in your head and you don't know how. Both of those pictures are white males. Okay? And in this book, every single picture, I gave you the book, every single picture of a white male is a homosexual male. Every single one. Especially the chapter on climax. It's 2 males in a camping tent. And they're both white. So why would you put out a book that has a superliminal message that homosexual males, or that white males are homosexual only? It's obscene, people. Thank you.
Robert Morgan? Oh, I didn't know if that was trying to cross his T and the Robert or not. Okay. Tom?
Exactly, you're right. Hi, my name is Tom Robertson from Palmer, and I would like to have your permission to start a advisory group. I was calling last week, I called it the Matsu Oil and Gas Association. I asked a bunch of other retired people like myself, other engineers, if we could come together and form a group so we can make some educated decisions and advice for you people to know what's going on. So far, most of the people in the state of Alaska, especially the borough, are excited. Boy, there's a pipeline coming. We're going to have jobs. We're going to have money running out of our ears. And they didn't stop to think, what is the best way to do this? And how can we do it in the most profitable way, the most feasible way? Last meeting, there was a high-dollar lobbyist here, and he is very smooth. I don't know if you caught the things he was saying. Dietrich over there asking a very important question about, like, Trapper Creek. How would this gas line? Well, this lobbyist says, well, we're looking into that and what they call tap lines. And then he said something. He says, well, we got to look and see what's profitable. I don't know if you caught that when he said profitable. What's profitable for him is not profitable for the state of Alaska or everything else. There's a different definition there. These guys are not from Alaska. Their companies are not from Alaska. But British Petroleum is not Alaska. Shell Oil is owned by the Dutch. All these other people that are involved with this have no business in Alaska. They don't even care about Alaska. So I think you need a go-between who can ask these important questions and give you correct feedback that you wouldn't know the difference. You have no idea what's going on. But the engineers that I've worked with in the past, they've worked on these pipelines. They know what's going on. I'm checking my time here. And what I was mentioning to them, one thing that needs to be two pipelines. One of the big 48-inch one that he talked about, the gas line, which is usually under the pressure like 900 pounds of pressure. It's very high pressure. But the other thing I was going to ask for is a service line that's not as big, maybe only 20 inches at low pressure. That way it can serve places like Dietrich, Okay, I didn't think you were watching. Anyways, to service places like Trapper Creek or Talkeetna, or Mike mentioned something about crossing the highway and things like that. See, that a second line is a service line. Let me give you a quick example. The power line from Clutna Power Plant over on the highway, the Glen Highway, that comes this way, the very high lines up top, it's called transmission lines. Those are high voltage. But down low, there's 3 distribution lines. They're low voltage for all the street lights and everything else. I guess I'm done. See you next week.
All righty, thank you.
Thank you.
Dawson?
Good evening, Madam Mayor.
Good evening.
In Matthew chapter 17, verses 26 through 27, Jesus pays taxes in a miraculous manner. Peter saith unto him, Of strangers. Jesus saith unto him, Then are the children free. Notwithstanding, lest we should offend them, go thou to the sea, and cast an hook, and take up the fish that first cometh up. And when thou hast opened his mouth, thou shalt find a piece of money. Take that, and give unto them for me and thee. In Matthew chapter 22, verses 18 through 21, Jesus commands us to pay tribute to Caesar and to God. But Jesus perceived their wickedness, and said, Why tempt ye me, ye hypocrites? Show me the tribute money. And they brought unto him a penny. And he saith unto them, Whose is this image and superscription? They say unto him, Caesar's. Then saith Jesus unto them, Render therefore unto Caesar the things which are Caesar's, and unto God the things that are God's. I testify that I know that our Heavenly Father and Jesus Christ live. They are resurrected and glorified beings who love us and watch over us. I testify that God our Father lives, that Jesus is the Christ. I testify that Jesus lives, and he atoned and died for your sins and for mine. I testify that I know that because of the atonement of Jesus Christ, we will all be forgiven of our sins if we repent. I testify that I know that because of the atonement of Jesus Christ, we will all be resurrected and return to live with our Father in heaven again after this life. I testify that I know that we will all be judged according to our works performed here in this life, be they good or evil. I testify that I know that God is at the helm, and he has made it known unto me that I am to use this opportunity to share the light of Jesus Christ and positivity to the world, starting in the Matsu borough. I testify that I know that I am a follower of Jesus Christ, despite my shortcomings. I testify that I know that Jesus Christ is the only begotten of the Father, and only through him can man be saved. I leave you my testimony in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen. Jesus paid taxes and commanded us to pay tribute unto Caesar. I'm going to follow Jesus' example. Remember also, Jesus overturned the tables of money changers. We are not there yet, but that is where we are headed. 45,000 homeowners have been overtaxed since 2011. 31,000 vacant landowners have been undertaxed since 2011. And from 2019 to 2025, those vacant landowners have been getting tax cuts each year. I am going to render therefore unto Caesar the things which are Caesar's. But when Caesar doesn't follow the law, and when Caesar's math is incorrect, nobody is rendering the correct and fair amount. I don't want equal, I want fair for all. Thank you. Questions?
Dawson, would you state your name? I know I called.
My
it,
name
but-
is Dawson White, D-A-W-S-O-N, White like the color, W-H-I-T-E.
Thank you.
Yep. Any other questions?
That's not a time for back and forth. Thank
That's
you,
okay.
sir.
No worries. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Yes, yeah, anytime. You're welcome. Okay, Karen Lewis?
Good evening, Madam Mayor.
Good
and
evening.
Assembly, everybody. I haven't been here for a while, but I spent a lot of time trying to get these obscene books out of the hands of children. It is not right or moral to have these filthy, obscene things, and they're not. It's just, you know, it's we've read it. You know, it's not just normal. You know, it's not like sex education or anything. It's depraved sexuality, and to try to steal the innocence from children is obscene itself. I know most of you here have a good moral compass, and this borough, you've done a lot towards getting the books out of the children, out from right before the children. You know, they're not in YA anymore. They're not in young adult, but they're still in the libraries. And it's really despicable that we pay for these books and yet these filthy things are in there. Now, Mr. Bowles, I've never met you yet, but thank you for bringing this, this ordinance. The only thing that I would like to add to that is we need to be a threat to evil. Do not back away from evil. We're in a battle. We were born into battle on this earth, and it is against good and evil. You know, we don't fight against flesh and blood, but we fight against principalities and powers and spiritual wickedness in high places and the rulers of the darkness of this world. Don't back off. Go get them. We fight, okay? Anybody who belongs to God should fight evil. Don't stop. Go forward. That was very good. It's a very good ordinance. Let's do it, huh? Let's get those books out of here, out of this state, out of this nation, and out of this world if we can. For our children.
Karen, they tell me you didn't state your name, so.
Sorry. Karen Lewis.
Thank you. Mary?
Good evening. My name is Mary Robinson. I am a Matsu Borough resident, and I represent myself. February is Black History Month, and many excellent books are available at our libraries. I can't possibly name all of them, but your library staff will be happy to help you. I would recommend any books about the Tulsa Race Massacre, which occurred 105 years ago in the spring of 1921. If you enjoy dystopian stories pertinent to these times, I would recommend Octavia Butler if you enjoy dystopian science fiction. This morning, Reverend Jesse Jackson died at 84 years of age. He was known for many achievements, and he was well known for his continuing work for civil rights. He was by Martin Luther King Jr.'s side when King was assassinated. I'd like to take a moment and read from former President Barack Obama and former First Lady Michelle Obama, tribute to them. For more than 60 years, Reverend Jackson helped lead some of the most significant movements for change in human history, from organizing boycotts and sit-ins to registering millions of voters, to advocating for freedom and democracy around the world. He was relentless in his belief that we are all children of God, deserving of dignity and respect. Reverend King and Reverend Jackson had a deep, abiding faith which imbued every aspect of their lives. My faith calls me to speak truth to power. My faith compels me to speak out against injustice. My faith requires me to make amends when I have wronged someone. My faith believes that the Creator made all of us in their image. My faith believes that the Creator loves all of us. My faith believes that the Creator does not make mistakes. I believe words matter. No one should be erased from the public library shelves. Please reconsider your viewpoint-based censorship masquerading as administrative decisions. You are engaging in government overreach and exposing the Matsu Borough to fiscal liability. So when I say, checking my time, making amends when I have wronged someone, I misspoke at the February 3rd meeting. I said, which I've been saying for going on 6 years, that manufacturing a moral crisis for the sake of imposing religious and political ideologies on the rest of us. What I said was posturing. They are not posturing. You've seen examples of it this evening. They are committed, and it's their sincerely, deeply held belief, and I respect that, but I don't feel that they should be able to tell the other 110,000 Matsu Borough residents what we can read. Thank you.
Okay, Joel Stefanski. Joel? Thank you.
Yeah, my name's Joel Stefanski. How you doing tonight, Madam Mayor, Assembly? I'm here. I spoke last month, and I spoke to the Platin Board on Ordinance 25-102, downsizing the lots from 40,000 to 30,000 square feet, and I think it's a very bad idea. Like one of the gentlemen spoke tonight, there's 35,000 vacant lots in the Matsu Valley. I haven't found one person that wants to live in a smaller area. And the debate has come up about, well, the developers, want to make it affordable for everyone. Well, I guarantee you, the developers aren't going to knock 25% off the value of that land when you go from 40,000 to 30,000 square feet, for one thing. So nothing's going to change. It's still going to be a $100,000 lot if it's 40,000 or 30,000. But the real issue is, what are we doing here? We already have nitrates in our water system that's documented. I recommended to the Platin Board that they go and have a workshop with DC to get the facts. And downsizing causes all kinds of problems. Number one, you already have 10-foot setbacks on the right and left side. You have a 25-foot setback from the road. That already eliminates usable land to put the well and the septic system in there. And then you throw in what developers do is they usually put 2 or 3 stump dumps on a property too. And that eliminates another 1,000 square feet. They dig, they put stumps and brush in there, and they mine out the gravel for their driveway and backfilling in their foundations. So that makes it unusable land. And in fact, if I was those homeowners, I'd be asking for the Matsu Borough to devalue that property, because now you've just made that property unusable for the life of those people living there. And, it's all about setting ourselves up for success, not failure. When your septic system fails, I talked to 2 very well-known excavator contractors, and they said, well, you don't dig up your old septic system, you move it over. And if you do that, you're in violation. If you do that, we want to set our young people up for not all these added costs just because developers want to maximize their return going from 40,000 to 30,000. And the other thing is, I've been a contractor since 1984 here, licensed contractor with the state of Alaska. I also worked for MEA for 28 years. And I'm the guy that did all the clearing, overhead and underground. And that left a lot of problems putting the underground services right over these stump dumps and across the leach fields. And anyways, let's keep it 40,000, and thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Gigi Hurst? Gigi Hurst?
Let me get you to pull the mic down. My name is Gigi Hirsch. Thank you for the opportunity to talk with you today. I'm speaking on my opposition to the proposed shooting range located at Township 18 North, Range 3 West, Section 9, Lot B2. It's on the agenda under Ordinance 26-016. This proposed site is adjacent to an area that my family and friends use quite regularly for recreational activities, including hiking, foraging, teaching our youngsters how the outdoors work. As you may know, unmanaged shooting ranges have a well-documented history of attracting illegal dumping and other undesirable activities, leading to environmental degradation and decreased property values. The increased traffic on an unmaintained Zero Lake Road would also impose additional burdens on the residents who already contribute to maintaining the road by clearing fallen trees and repairing potholes, all on their own dime and their own time. From a public safety standpoint, an unsupervised shooting range on an unmaintained road would present serious risks that the borough would have limited ability to mitigate. Even with a staff facility, there's always a potential for human error. In this case, the potential risk to safety, environment, and the quality of life far outweigh any potential community benefit. I respectfully urge the Matanuska-Susitna Borough to reconsider this location for a shooting range and to explore alternative sites that would not endanger the well-being of the community or the surrounding natural environment. Basically, we take our families out there to get away from people. And when we go out to Zero Lake Road, it's so peaceful, it's so nice, and I cringe at some of the stuff I have to pass just to get there. People are already coming into the beginning of that road into a little park area that they have set up for parking, and they're burning pallets during the winter time, leaving thousands of nails for people to drive over just to get back into their recreational areas to enjoy nature. And it's just something that I would really urge some consideration of. I know people utilize shooting range for family involvement and whatnot, and I do believe that there are a number of places around here that offer that, that are already set up to have monitoring of the lead that's left behind and whatnot, and there are tributaries near this area as well that definitely should be looked into for the fishing. Thank you, I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
What street is that again?
Scott? No, yeah. Go ahead. Yeah. Scott Ashmore?
Good evening, Madam Mayor and
Pull it
Assembly
up,
members.
sir, so you don't have to bend over.
Thank you.
There you go.
My name is Scott Ashmore.
Thank you.
I was born and raised in Palmer. I'm here tonight speaking on behalf of my friends in opposition to the proposed shooting range. My friends are property owners on the Zero Lake Road, and I appreciate all the comments your last speaker made. I would just like to add to that, the main opposition for myself is the noise. And I just have two anecdotal comments about the noise of shooting ranges. My parents live on Clark Wolverine Road on the Matanuska River Bluff. Sometime in the past decade, a shooting range was put across the river. Now, the only thing more noisy than the air brakes from semis coming down the Glen is the shooting range. And on top of that, growing up here in the 90s when people would do a lot more shooting in their backyards, and now people tend to flock to shooting ranges. Let's just say when somebody moved in who did a lot of shooting in their yard, we were glad when they moved away. My wife and I, in considering expanding our family and picking up a residential property somewhere in the area, I think we will probably think twice about trying to live anywhere in the vicinity of a shooting range. So respectfully, I'm asking for the location to be reconsidered somewhere not in the vicinity of where my friends go to recreate. Thank you for the time.
Thank you. Carl? What would you say that is? Oh, here he comes. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Carl Stosky, and I'm here to speak on behalf of opposition for the shooting range as well. There are two things that primarily appeal to people when talking about major decisions. The first is logic, and the second is emotion. From a logic standpoint, the shooting range is directly below air traffic route to the local airport. It's directly adjacent to a commonly traveled four-wheeler trail. It's directly adjacent to two private property parcels on the property. From the emotional standpoint of the location of proposed shooting range, I don't know if you can walk down memory lane to looking at or viewing different recreational property opportunities in Alaska, but oftentimes there are many restrictions on such, whether it be travel, whether it be location, whether it be feasibility to build. When I went out to my friends and my coworkers' property there at Zero Lake Road, I saw a family that had their dream. They had their perfect private property parcel that they could get to and build a future off of, where they could go out with their friends and share their fruits and multiply talents as God calls us to do. A place where there's serenity, there's peace, and there's quiet. Now, the conversation isn't so much about whether there should or shouldn't be a shooting range in the area. The conversation is more about building it directly near where these folks look to enjoy their private time in Alaska, just as many others have done in the past. I also want to note that there's never been a due diligence study for lead contamination in the river that's also located on this parcel, and think that should be of utmost concern. I'll keep my speech short because I think I hit both topics very well. Thank you, Madam Mayor, for your time.
Thank you. Jeannie?
Good evening, Mayor and Assembly. Jeannie Trashinsky, longtime resident of the borough. I have 3 things to talk about tonight. I'm representing myself. First, I want to let you know that it's Library Lovers Month. And so I talked to the library director at Wasilla. There's this like myth floating around that libraries don't get used. We circulate on an average 20,000 items a month at the Wasilla Public Library. 80% of the users of the Wasilla Public Library live outside the city limits. On an average, we issue 200, and I was shocked, I had him repeat this, 200 new library cards a month. Those are the people apparently not using the library. Last year, right under 108,000 people came through our doors. Librarians are great at keeping stats. It's one thing I really admire about them. And yeah, we just love our library. Last week at one of our 3 story times, one of them had 73 people there. It's a little wild. It's like a lot of little kids and their parents. The other thing I really want to talk about is I kind of wish you'd get out of the apparent business of just trying to interfere with libraries, because you see, I too am a taxpayer and I'd like you to spend more money on libraries and less time wasting time about taking away our freedom to read. But more time on things that really matter. This year has been the worst year since I've lived here in our subdivision for over 31 years of the snow plowing. I don't know what's going on, but our subdivision and the roads around it suck this year. And it has been horrific, absolutely horrific. The second thing is suddenly our subdivision is being told that we're responsible for the creek, that the borough's not going to help us. For the last 2 years, the creek has risen and dropped. It's flooding out people's homes that it's never flooded out before. And you know, it's really weird because I was pretty sure that that's not our responsibility. I don't think you want any yahoos, and I'm including myself as a yahoo, digging in the creek, because exactly where the creek ends, it is critical salmon habitat. It makes no sense that you're just telling myself and my neighbors that we should go dig up the creek because we're brilliant enough to figure out how to make the flow so it won't interfere with that salmon habitat. How about we spend some time on real things that matter to people? There should not be a shooting range in Sutton when you people are on the hook for $5.8 million to the feds. I know it's not your fault. I know it's not this administration or this assembly's fault, but you're stuck with being responsible for that. How about you don't spend money building a new shooting range when you got $5.8 million to pay off to the feds? Why did you 6 months ago buy a new ice rink at Big Lake? The things you're doing don't make any sense for the community that you live in. Please, for the love of anything logical, start thinking about the people that live here.
Okay. Darren Reed. Okay.
Good evening, Madam Mayor. My name is Darren Rad.
I'm sorry.
I am speaking on behalf of some friends that live on Big Zero Road and I'm on opposition of the shooting range. I'm not against a shooting range. I'm a veteran of 7 years. I served my country, did 3 tours, and I thank you for your taxes because that does help me a lot. So I am not opposed for a gun range. I'm opposed of that location. I've been there recently and it is very beautiful, very quiet, secluded, and full of nature. Once you put in something that is unregistered, untrained individuals, a stray bullet could go over 3 miles. Now you're putting a range right next to a couple residential areas that people are actively going there weekly, weekends, and also recreational for ATVs, snow machines, and everything else. I think the location is, in my opinion, absurd. Getting there is a little absurd, as well as you're passing multiple vehicles in ditches. Now you're giving more access for more vehicles to be in those ditches for the people there to get themselves out, or have the people that live there get them out. I don't want to beat a dead horse because everybody else before me hit it on the nail. I'm just opposition, and please reconsider a new location for a shooting range. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Linda?
My name is Linda Spone. Our libraries are in worse condition today than they were years ago when we first started challenging obscene material being placed on the shelves, because librarians have continued to purchase the obscene material and place it there. Assemblymember Nowers stated we were demonizing the librarians and borough staff who have the best interest of the people. No, 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 Miss Nowers. They are demonizing and criminalizing themselves. We are not the ones placing the obscene material on the shelves. We are trying to be transparent by informing the Assembly of the corruption. There is an obscenity law, Alaska Statute 11.61.128, that is not being enforced. In addition, Assemblymember Nowers said the book Let's Talk About It wasn't in our libraries. I went and checked it out of the Willow Library. Assemblymember Nowers has said there's only about 3 people that are opposed to these books. That's not true. There have been multitudes of people who have testified against obscenity in our libraries. They don't come month after month and year after year because we have all the same things to say against the obscenity, and nothing improves. It has only gotten worse. No obscene books have been removed, and several have been added. We are very hopeful and thankful for the new library board appointees and pray they have an effect. A lady testified last summer about the placement of Let's Talk About It in the Willow Library. She stated it was on the shelf 12 inches off the floor, not far from the children's section, where a toddler could walk over and pull it off the shelf. She testified of the dark books on the shelf next to Let's Talk About It, books like The Devils We Know and The Devils in the Grove. She told you about some of the children's bookshelves that were higher than she could reach, yet the adult bookshelves were under 4 feet high. I don't know this lady or her name, but I testify everything she said is true. I personally have concluded you have a severe mismanagement problem. There is no oversight, no supervision, and no accountability whatsoever. Just completely fund these departments and let them do whatever they want. Manager Brown said we have to trust them, unquote. Why do we have to trust them? They work for we the people, the taxpayers, and they should be accountable. May God help us. Through Christ Jesus, our Lord and Savior. Thank you.
Mallory Smith? Or Smith? Who's it? Correct me, please.
Hello, my name's Mallory Smith. First, I'd like to say thank you to every single one of you. It's because of your hard work and dedication that we get to live in, I think, the very best place in the whole world. So thank you guys. I really appreciate it. I'm here to speak in opposition to the shooting range. I'm a little bit of a redneck, so it's not like I'm against shooting ranges in and of themselves. A lot of people have talked about the recreational value of that area. To me, it's not about recreational value. It's where my father homesteaded that land. My family lives there. And more specifically, the location for this shooting range. You guys know about the Cushman Dikes in Fairbanks, Jim Creek. There's places where things will go south and you can see it coming. If we build a shooting range here, it's going to be a disaster. You're going to have not the people you want to be using the land in the way they're going to use it, using it. There's going to be a lot of crime that's going to come with it in this particular location. And I would implore you, please do not put it here. I'd love there to be a shooting range, but could we have it someplace where somebody's not going to get killed? Like, it's going to be a real disaster. Thank you so much for your time, guys.
Thank you. Jamie Harmsman. Okay, here we go.
My name's Jamie Harm Smith. I also am speaking in opposition to the shooting range in that particular spot. Like several people who've spoken, I'm not opposed to shooting ranges. We need a shooting range or two here and there, but that's a bad spot. Partly because I'm a landowner in that area. That makes a difference to me. But there's also a trail that's used heavily by dog teams right there, and that would really impact anybody trying to use that trail with dog team. Trying to get a dog team by a active target practice zone can be a real bear, and young people use that trail. You can really put somebody in a bind with a whole lot of shooting right on a dog trail, especially if it's a kid happen to deal with a large dog team that is scared out of their minds by a bunch of shooting. Please don't put the shooting range there.
Thank you. Is that Terry? Terry Gorlick? Terry? Oh, there he comes. Give them to Lonnie, and Lonnie will pass them, sir. Yeah, go ahead. State your name, sir, for the record.
Terry Gorlick.
Thank you.
I'm not speaking on behalf of any of the boards that I'm currently on. I'm speaking specifically as a resident of Big Lake or the Mat-Su Borough.
Okay.
Good evening, and I'm going to read it. And I apologize if I read it fast. I only have 3 minutes. But you all get a copy. Good evening, Mayor, Assembly members, Borough Manager, Borough Attorney, Clerk, and members of the public. I am here not to challenge the borough's procurement process, but to request clarity and transparency in how our road maintenance contracts are evaluated. These contracts directly affect public safety, infrastructure reliability, and property taxes paid by our residents. In 2024, the borough evaluated bids by including Schedule A, Schedule B, and Schedule C at their full dollar values. The only adjustment applied was the equipment weight factor. This meant periodic maintenance carried full financial influence in determining the lowest weighted total. In 2026, the formula changed. Schedule B is divided by 3 before being added into the total. That mathematical step reduces the impact of periodic maintenance pricing by approximately 66.67% in the evaluation calculation. This change does not alter the fact that both years use the lowest weighted bid framework. However, it does materially shift how the pricing components influence the award outcome. If the divisor reflects a historical usage pattern or policy decision, clear documentations of its origin would strengthen transparency and public confidence. The documents I've provided outline 5 clarification points: evaluation of Schedules A, B, and C, the use of weighted versus non-weighted totals, the division of Schedule B by 3, the application of DA1, and the derivation of the borough's $1,805 combined hourly benchmark. First, Schedules A, B, and C. Schedule A represents the routine annual maintenance, Schedule B, the periodic maintenance, and Schedule C, construction components. There's confusion about Schedule B divided by 3 in the weighted evaluation, why weighted and non-weighted totals are maintained, and how DA1 operates beyond simple conclusion in the totals. Second, Schedule B divisor of 3. Dividing Schedule B by 3 functions as an embedded weighted mechanism. It reduces the impact of periodic maintenance within the total, and yet is expressed as a transparent percentage weight. Without documented analytical support, this arithmetic weighting may create structural risk. Third, structural implications. If Schedule B carries a reduced impact, pricing can shift between routine periodic categories, potentially affecting how bids appear under the formula. This is not an accusation, but a mathematical possibility within the evaluation structure. Fourth, the 1,805 combined hourly benchmark. I respectfully request if documentation explaining how the benchmark is derived. This benchmark directly influences normalization and comparative fairness in the evaluation. In closing, my objective is clarity, fairness, and public confidence. I request possibly written explanation of Schedule B divisor and the duration of the $1,805 benchmark and confirmation of how DA1 operates in a weighted versus non-weighted total. Clear methodology builds trust, trust builds confidence, and confidence strengthens our procurement system. Thank you for your time and consideration. And what you have before you is the documents outlining some of the outline. I've done a lot more mathematics on it, and I can supply anything in the future. And then I gave 5 questions that I actually challenged because in Ron Bernay's area, the price should have gone down. It didn't, it went up. But the purpose of rebidding these things was for the prices to go down. So I challenge each one of you to call and I just listed some contractors on the 5 questions, to call those contractors and just ask them those questions. Most of them, and I've talked to them, few of them, they're clueless. They have no idea how it's working.
Terry.
That's all. Thank you. I apologize for going
That's
over
okay.
my time.
Thank you.
And I will give this to you to hand.
That's Jackie. Thank you. Jackie?
Okay. Hi, I'm Jackie Gorlick. We're related by marriage, but not by topic. So I just had the opportunity to come along tonight, and I wanted to thank all of you very much for doing what you do for the Valley. I spent close to 40 years in Anchorage and participated heavily in a lot of things. I was a school principal, school teacher, involved very much in the community, worked in sexual assaults, traveled all over the state of Alaska. So we have so many wonderful opportunities in this valley, so many very progressive people. And I've been looking for things to do, so I truly get involved in community activities and events. And today I was somewhere where I met this woman who came in. She was 82 years old, and she was in this huge panic because she had purposefully moved out to the valley 6 years ago, bought a house. She chose a house that was $191,000. She could afford it. She had the elderly deduction for taxes because she was in her late 70s at the time, and it was less than $250,000. Well, all of a sudden, the assessments just came out. Her plans and amount of money that she's got has been planned out since her very early stages of life to live out here in the valley in this beautiful place in her elder years. And now she's terrified. So she brought herself down to the borough today, I believe, early this morning. And I said, "Where did you go?" And she said, "I went upstairs." And I talked to them and they said, "Oh, don't worry. Her assessment now is $284,000 on her home. She had never seen a tax bill because of it always being below that. And suddenly she's going to be taxed on what's above 250. So but she was told, "Don't worry." She said, "They were very nice to me, but they said, 'Don't worry, you'll only be taxed a little bit.'" And she said, "I don't have that in my budget. How do we help our elders, our people that are on these amazingly fixed incomes that have worked their whole lives and planned how they're going to be big?" She's vibrant. She's a cool lady, but she's not like she can go, "Oh, I'll go shovel somebody's driveway and make some extra cash." She's 82. Yeah, we're vibrant when we're older. It's great. It's proving it. I see some of you are extremely involved, but I just am asking and imploring people to think about how we can enter into some kind of process that we can pay attention to those kinds of details as we move forward. She's fully productive and votes. And so I said, "Oh, I'm going to the assembly meeting tonight. I'll mention you." I have her contact information if anyone's interested. She said, "I'd love it." Thank you.
Thank you. James Ramey Smith? James?
Hello, my name is Ramey Smith. I'm very against the shooting range in this particular area. I'm a 27-time Iditarod finisher. My family has lived up Zero Lake Road since before statehood. My children are the third generation to live there. My father was the first musher to start the Iditarod, and he trained on the Zero Lake trails, as did my mother, the second woman to finish Iditarod. My children and wife ski and pick berries and live and recreate all over the shooting range area. This unsafe site will endanger our lives. 4 years ago, a person was killed by a bullet here. He was just driving by casually on his side-by-side, and he died right next to his wife in her arms. I request that you turn this area into a non-motorized park, or at least a park of some form. We need more shooting ranges, but not here. To give some ideas of the problems, we're going to have increased traffic, and there's a lot of different users. It's going to need brought up to borough standards. It's got a terrible, icy, terrible hills that are not anywhere close to road grade. We have logging trucks and dog teams already there, snow machiners, hunters. It's just going to be a cluster. The road's going to need plowed. That's going to be borough money. Raise your taxes. I mean, what are we thinking? The road's going to need gravel. It's going to need signs, and it's going to need fish studies for passage and culverts and dust abatement. You need safety protocols, signs. There's many other user groups that use the area for walking, hiking, berry picking, skiing, mushing, trapping, snow machining. There's going to need to be proper signage. You need backstops. You need ways for lead abatement to catch all the bullets. There's all kinds of drainages and water flowing in the area. So you're going to have to put in things to mitigate the soil contamination. There's going to need protocols to protect the residents from the sound of gunfire, from the bullets flying around. And we don't want to have to hear the shooting in the morning when you're trying to wake up on Sunday morning, or at night when you're trying to go to bed. There's going to have to be designated parking areas. And there's going to be a cluster of cars parked all over. It's a heavy snow area. Speed limit signs, regular enforcement of rules, who's going to collect the trash, who's going to pay for the toilets that are out there. This is a cluster. Just don't do this here. It's going to cost the borough money. Thank you.
Becca? Sir Becca? Is that what you'd say that is? I don't know what that is.
I'm not sure. Matee, maybe? I don't know.
Becca? B-E-C-C-A? Okay, there we go.
Hello. Thanks for having us here and listening to our concerns. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I am opposed to...
Your name.
Oh, my name is Rebecca Moore. Thank you. I am opposed to the shooting range up Zero Lake Road. I live there with my husband, Ramey, and our 3 children and our dog team. My children travel those trails by ski, by bike, by dog team. It would be a very deadly area to be in for anybody who's recreating in that area. We already have dumping issues, vehicles dragged up there. They burn the vehicles, the pallets burning in the parking lot. It would be pretty disastrous if any more of that type of, those types of actions happen. So we aren't the only ones that use the area for recreation. So many people are hiking there. Snow machiners travel the area. Trappers travel the area. It's a really lovely place, and it would be a shame to have such a noisy, a noisy activity up there where there would be more garbage, and who would take care of that garbage? A lot of times the city of Houston gets people together and they go out and they bag up the garbage and they, drag out the cars and drag out the pallets. It's really not even safe to park in the parking lot because you will definitely get a nail in your tire. So it'd be really nice if, I don't know if any of you have been out there, but it's a really lovely place. And I also like to bike in the area of Maud Road, and I see that shooting range out there, and it seems to be, I don't know how the residents feel, but the shooting range itself looks really nice and professional and clean, and there's garbage. I believe there's probably an area for toilets, that it was, planned out. I think more of that needs to be available to people because people like to shoot. I don't, but I think people should have a place to go that's safe for everybody, so they can shoot. But Zero Lake Road is definitely not that place. A lot of people live up there and like to go there and enjoy their time out there. I don't want to listen to shooting day and night. I don't want to homeschool my 9-year-old child while there's gunfire constantly. I don't know how we would manage that. So just hope you reconsider. Maybe take a drive out to Zero Lake Road and see how wonderful it is. So yeah, thank you so much for listening.
Carol Smith? You think that's Carol? No. Carol? Okay. Banyan Smith?
Thank you for having me. My name is Banyan Smith, and I live on Zero Lake Road. I hope that you don't put a shooting range there because it'd be really disruptive just to have shooting all the time. And it's nice just to like go out and ski or just on the trails and do whatever I want. And, like, not have to worry about getting shot. It'd be kind of a problem. And so I hope you don't put it there. And there's many other places where people don't live which you could put it. Should be nice, but just not there. Thank you.
Thank you. And then Sarah Lorimer. Okay, here she comes.
My name is Sarah Lorimer. I'm a 20-year resident of the Matanuska Valley. I'm an avid outdoorsman. I'm a huntress. I shoot a lot. We raise bird dogs. We actually have used this area to train our dogs, and I'm actually opposed to the range. After looking at the map and seeing the private property that it's adjacent to, I feel with that size of parcel, you guys have other options. And I'm just asking you guys to reconsider. Reconsider where you place the range. My husband's actually a hunter's ed instructor. We promote, safe places to shoot. And I think that we do need more of them. But I think all of you up here wouldn't want that in your backyard. And there's not one person that said, I'd like a shooting range on my property line. And so I'd just like you to consider the people that do live here, the people that have spoke before me. I don't live out there. I do use a lot of the recreational areas, Maud Road, Jim Creek, growing up in those areas, and it's a Wild West. So we do need more regulated areas to shoot, but you also need to take a look at all the other compensating factors instead of pushing this through without, listening to the public, also doing the studies on the salmon stream. I mean, I live on Wasilla Creek, and I have responsibility to everyone because that water is owned by the people. And you guys need to look at those streams, and you need to do a bigger case study for the placement of this range. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. That takes care of the people that signed up. So now I'll open up to anybody that hasn't testified on that subject or any subject, whether it's on the agenda or not, anything you would like to bring to the, yes, come on up. Good evening.
Mayor Dana Rapinoe, Assembly members. So I'm going to talk about our favorite subject, the library. So we get attacked. I believe Jackie gave you a little picture there. So what we want to address is what's really going on. The borough is not banning books. We're not censoring books. And I listened to a library board meeting the other day. And in the meeting, the chat was on. And people were being attacked for what they were saying on the borough chat. I did hear the cultural director say they were going to probably turn it off. That might be a good thing to do, to keep the chat turned off on those online borough meetings. There could be a lot of trouble there. But the thing is, there is no banning, there is no censorship, but there's going to be a SB 238's coming out, where if we even not buy a book, the borough could be on the hook for $1,400 for not even buying a book. But also on SB 238, there's going to be an exclusion for librarians on sexually explicit material. So if they're saying there's no books like that in the library, why are they looking for an exclusion on SB 238 to get the librarians away from being punished under AK 1161.128? Thank you. You guys have a good night.
Thank you. Anyone else? Mark?
Good evening, Mayor and Assembly. Mark Spohn. Just so I don't forget it, I know it's been mentioned a few times, but we do have the 250th anniversary of our country. And I think that's something that maybe you can incorporate or mention at every single meeting, maybe right after the Pledge of Allegiance or something. I don't think that should be forgotten. That's a pretty big deal. So please, maybe have some school students come and explain what they've studied in the Constitution, if they still study that. After seeing what the Matsu superintendent, apparently he needs to do a little studying. There was an article in the Watchman. He doesn't know the difference between Galena, Alaska, and Galena in Illinois. And this is the person that's in charge of teaching. Of all the kids in the borough, he's the head guy. The taxpayer funded, paying his salary. That's a little bit more than error. I'd say that's lying to the public. It's just like lying to the public and say, oh, this book isn't available. And you go to the library and it's there. So before you make a statement, know what you're talking about. I know you're getting close to the budget thing. And I hope that you don't spring something on us after the budget, like last year with the gas tax, after the budget's all done. Obviously, you let the people vote on it, which I applaud you for that. And it didn't go through. But what you need to look at is you've got X number of amount of money, but we all got those cards in the mail and seeing how much the valuations went up. What's going to happen? Are you going to adjust the mill rate, or are we just going to pay that much more? And you say, well, where are we going to get the money? We need money for roads. We need money for fire and safety. Every taxpayer needs that, regardless if they drive or not. But all these things that we buy and want to build, make them user pay. If we have a recreation center or community center, bring in enough funds that they pay for their operations. Don't say, well, we'll put $1 million here and $1 million there and $1 million on a ski lift and this and that. I'm not against any of this stuff. But use that, make them pay the cost, haven't generate enough money to pay their costs. Then people can't complain. Not every single person in the borough uses all these facilities. Let the people that want to use them pay for them. It's a shooting range. It doesn't matter what it is. We shouldn't have to subsidize that with our property taxes. And that way, if people from out of the area, Anchorage or whatever, tourists, they can use these facilities and they can pay for it. Don't keep buying stuff. Now you want to put some more money into the rec center at Big Lake for a parking lot. You didn't let the people vote on it. Oh, we took that from the slush fund. Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, do we have somebody? Okay. Go ahead, whoever's first online, please.
Yeah, good evening. This is Rod Hanson. Can you hear me?
Go ahead.
Okay. Testifying tonight on behalf of the North Lakes Community Council. Two subjects I'd like to quickly address. The first is about pedestrian and bicycle features in these new subdivisions that are going in next to schools. We did send a one-page email to each of you on the 8th of February, each of you on the Assembly, outlining our concerns and suggesting a path forward. And attached to that email was a copy of the pertinent code, which is 4320.060. And that code does give the Planning Board authority to require dedication of right-of-way and pedestrian improvements in these subdivisions. It doesn't, though, go into much detail, and we believe the code leaves a little too much for interpretation. We believe communities across the borough share a vision that those subdivisions near schools should be different from other subdivisions. Where in these other subdivisions, it's common for children to simply walk and bike along the shoulders of a local subdivision street. That is not the vision that I know our communities, and I don't believe you as the Borough Assembly have. These concepts were recommended in a number of recent planning studies like Safe Streets for All, adopted by the Assembly. I think your vision is that a neighborhood next to a school is very much designed with the kids using pathways, walkways for bicycles and walking, and not the shoulder of the road. At the last meeting, the Planning Board actually did approve the subdivision for Vanda Valley, and at the very last minute, they did add a condition of approval requiring the developer to comply with that section of code. To comply in a meaningful way means the developer is going to have to make changes to their plat. And we don't believe that the Planning Board should have approved it until it was clear exactly how they intended to comply. It's now left up to the planning officer and the developer to sort that out. Long term, I think more clarity could be provided with amendments to that section of code. And at least one Assembly person has indicated a willingness to sponsor those kinds of changes. And we're happy to, as a council, engage in that process. But short term, we think the Assembly needs to provide guidance to the administration on how you want to have plating resolve this issue. We suggest the Assembly ask the manager to have plating staff prepare a recommendation for this particular subdivision and review it with the Assembly to make sure you're aligned with it before they agree to that with the developer. The decisions on Vanda Valley are going to set precedent for at least two other large additional subdivisions that are coming down the pike in the vicinity of Shaw Elementary and Birch Tree Charter Schools. Secondly, I just want to talk very quickly about the Engstrom to Trunk Connector Road and an upcoming decision that you're going to face
Go ahead and
on the northern versus the southern route. And we understand that's going to be put forward to you in March. We don't agree with the recommendation for the northern route, and we're going to be putting a resolution together in the coming weeks and getting that in front of you. And thank you for your time tonight.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. The next person online, please.
Yeah, my name is David Zur. I'm a Houston resident. I wanted to speak on the shooting range. I live right across from where that's going to be. I mean, I would say I don't want to beat a dead horse, but let's be honest here. It's kind of fun. I don't think it should be where it's going to be. I don't think anything was really looked into very properly. It's right next to residentials. And I know the young family that's moving into that lot right there. And I can say that that entire area is like a dumping ground, and it's full of transients and nonsense, and people shoot up there anyway, right? I mean, there's always guys shooting out there, and it's Houston, so a lot of these boys are, well, you know, they're a little bit wild, and they don't care. So I do support the range. Like, I think it would definitely increase the safety of the entire area. But I don't really think that it should go right next to a residential, especially not with people that have kids. I would definitely not be happy about that. So I think these people are really good people, and, you know, I know them. They're both educated, productive. They both work. You know, and that's the kind of people we want in Houston. And so if we drive them away by sticking a shooting range, you know, feet from their property, like, I think that's a failure. So I really think we should go out and assess that and figure out a better place, even along the road. You know, there's a 1,000 places it could go. So that's pretty much what I got. Thanks.
Did he get cut off?
No, he said he was done.
Okay. The next person online, please, do they have their,
Hello,
you're gonna have to mute.
Hello?
Yes, you're gonna have to mute.
You already disconnected him. We moved on to the next person.
Well, but somebody's talking. Is that the new person or the old person?
The new person.
Okay, all right.
this is the new person. Okay.
Go
I'm
ahead.
Carol Tyler. I own property. My name is Carol Tyler, Tyler. I own property in the area of Zero Lake Road, and I've been going to that area since 1977. I really, really do not want you to put a shooting range there to change the whole place. It would be just terrible for the neighborhood. People live there. I have family living there. I have friends in the area, and my own property, which I hope to pass on to my children, and they might want to live there and hopefully not get shot. So please do not put a shooting range in near Zero Lake. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. The next person online, please.
My name is Hannah Hansley, and I am opposing the shooting range on Zero Lake Road. I'm a property owner there, and my property is one of the two that runs directly adjacent to the proposed shooting range. My husband and I purchased this property less than a year ago with the plan to clean up the area and eventually build a full-time residence there. We purchased this property to have a safe and peaceful homestead that we hope to raise a family on. We want to have lots of animals there, and the proximity of this range will make that not possible for us. My family and I will have to wear hearing protection while on our own property, just feet from the shooting range, and it will not be safe to allow children to be playing outside. It'll also make it impossible to raise livestock and have horses there like we have planned. There are also EPA and borough noise restrictions that this most certainly will not pass through. Approving this location for a shooting range seems very negligent. When the time comes, this location will not meet safety and environmental standards. The responsible course would be to find other potential sites, conduct proper sound, EPA, and fish and game testing, and only then zone a location that can legally and safely accommodate a shooting range. I'm not opposed to a shooting range being developed. However, I do not think the appropriate choice is to put the range next to private property on Zero Lake Road. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Do we have another? Go ahead, who's ever next online? Hello?
Hello, this is Scott Lindblom on line. Trying to call.
Go ahead, we can hear you. Go ahead, we
can. Can you guys hear me now?
We can hear you. Go ahead.
My name is Scott Lindblom. I live in the city of Palmer. I need to find out Palmer Human Service Board service, Dr. Commissioner, and then to know they do have a medical transportation to take senior and disabled to doctor appointment. And I take a Valley Transit up to Gwinnett Road, and one person on the bus after this, and I am going to complain about how can we get to Gwinnett Road to City Plumber to Gwinnett Road. I called 4 days advance, and they deny me. You can't pick it up 7:30. And the only way I'm going to do is we have to do something about take people down to English, or do we need to get some shuttle bus to take people as needed? And I called. I'm leaving again in March, and I'm dealing with Valley Transit. Will not want to pick up sooner at all. Deny us after this, and I'm lucky I got to go to cars at 8 a.m. And this is a really big issue. I do not know why we can't have a bus go to Trunk Road to Downs Valley at 7:30 a.m. to catch a airport when people are going to flat out. And so I met with down Juneau, and I'm going to talk to somebody, the transportation faculty, to get help to figure this out, why we cannot have a bus to Trunk Road. And so there's a big issue of this. So that's why I'm going to complain about this. You guys take over transportation, and you guys are not willing to have senior and disabled cannot be on transportation advisory board, and that'll be okay. And I'm being nice about it. And how can we solve this issue, and why we cannot, senior and disability cannot be on transportation advisory board? So that shouldn't be the way it shouldn't be. No, I mean, this is going on and on almost 6 months. And so thank you. Have a good night.
Mm-hmm. Good night, Scott. Is there anybody on? No. All right. Anybody here that hasn't testified on anything? You're welcome to do that at this time. Mm-hmm.
Evening, Madam Mayor, Assembly members, staff, public. My name is Ellery Gibbs. I'm a second-generation homestead kid. I was born in Soldotna, raised all of my life here, spent 8 years in the military and the Navy out of state, but came back, raised my children here. 3 things just that I wanted to go over. The library and books that should not be in the library. They can't be in the library due to laws and restrictions on pornographic material getting into the hands of children. We seem to continue to have a discussion, a debate, and an argument. If people want to put those books in their children's hands, they're free to do so. The problem arises that public funds are being used to put pornographic, filthy materials into the availability of children's hands that should not have that. It is a moral problem. It is a moral issue. It is a legal issue. It is not something that should be equivocated on, that should not be an issue, that should not be discussed or debated. Secondly, the bring up here of the announcement of the borough initiative on data center and large power users siting as an open invitation for groups and places like that to come into the borough. The only way I would be for something like that is if there were onerous restrictions put upon the corporations that are bringing those places here. Number one, no tax benefit whatsoever. They pay their fair share of taxes, period. They pay all of the usage of utilities. None of that bleeds back onto us, because everywhere that I have seen the large data centers have come in, have destroyed the infrastructure of the areas, increased utility costs to all of the residents, and been a problem in every situation. Additionally, if they're going to bring one of those in here, only current residents of this area can be part of the building in the construction. It has to be something that provides jobs for those of us that are here. So I would be against it, except for specific onerous requirements. Thirdly, for our elders, there is a problem. Housing prices have doubled in the 20 years that I've been back in the state here in the Matsu Borough. Why don't we increase the elder exemption from $250,000 to $500,000 so that they can continue to live and to not have to worry about an increase in taxes for no good reason for them. Thank you for your time. Good evening.
Thank you. Anyone else? Do we have anybody else online, sir? Oh, okay, one last chance. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and close audience participation. Okay, can you go over there and talk to Caleb then, so they know how to raise their hand or whatever? Are we ready to take a break? So, okay, we'll go, while they work all of that out, we will take a recess then, or let's say 10 minutes, how about that? Okay, thank you. If I can have the assembly come back to order, please. So I'm going to call the meeting back to order. Do we have some people online? Okay, so with the next person online for audience participation, please go ahead and speak.
Hello, my name is Kathleen Harm. I own property on Zero Lake Road. My family has been living in and using this area since 1956. I can testify to its life-enhancing value for both its residents and those many who pass through on trails for various Alaskan pursuits. I am strenuously opposed to the putting of a shooting range on Zero Lake Road, and I have heard many, many other comments which I would like to incorporate as though they were being spoken by me about why there should not be a shooting range on Zero Lake Road. And since I've incorporated all those comments, which are all opposed to putting a shooting range on Zero Lake Road, I'd like to speak as a person who has paid many, many thousands of dollars of taxes to the Mat-Su Borough, because I have not heard a single person who is in favor of putting the shooting range on Zero Lake Road. And I've heard many, many who are opposed to it. So I want to know, as a taxpayer, who has proposed this unfortunate idea? Did that person speak with knowledgeable local people before getting the ball rolling on this project so recklessly? What is the purpose of this particular shooting range in this particular place? We all agree that we need shooting ranges, but the most important quality for a shooting range is that it should be placed in an appropriate location. And we've heard all of these people, with all of their excellent reasons, stating that this is not an appropriate location. What is the kind of shooting range that is proposed here? Is it being proposed as just another unmanaged shooting range, of which we have, I don't know, hundreds in the Mat-Su Valley? And maybe is the reason why whoever proposed it proposed this mistaken idea? Why is this particular location being chosen? As a taxpayer who knows the Zero Lake Road area and values it, it makes no sense. And I think anyone would be opposed to this idea. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Next person online, please.
My name's Mariah Brazier. I grew up in the Valley in Big Lake, and I have family living on Zero Lake Road. And I'm testifying also to oppose the proposed shooting range there. As many other people have already mentioned, the area already has a problem with irresponsible use, with garbage and people burning things and leaving nails in the parking area that is there. An unsupervised and unregulated shooting range would just exacerbate those issues tenfold. It's a poor and unreasonable choice for a place to put a shooting range. It's right adjacent to private property. Not only is it unsafe for the many people who use the very popular trails there, but it's also just asking for a problem with garbage dumping, human waste leaving, lead contamination possibly. So I'm just asking that you please do not approve this. I think it's a terrible idea. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next person online, please.
Hello, my name is Marguerite Goodman, and I'm a 46-year resident of the Matsu Valley. I'm contributing to the opposing thoughts with my community regarding a shooting range in the Zero Lake Road area. This is a disturbing and dangerous proposal that affects the health and safety of anyone who lives or frequents the area. This is an area that is exceptional, and it's easily accessible. It's a wonderful area for hiking, running, biking, skiing, mushing, foraging, and just exploring Alaska. I think throwing a shooting range there on Zero Lake Road would be reckless and dangerous. And if the borough feels they need to do something with this area, it makes much more sense to make it into something like a non-motorized park area. And financially, compared to a shooting range, a non-motorized park would cost next to nothing. Plus, there wouldn't be a deadly risk of others who live or frequent there. I mean, it's just a bad idea all around. So not only would a shooting range be detrimental to this area, it would be a useless waste of taxpayers' money. And thank you for listening.
Thank you. Next person online, please.
Hello, my name is Matthew Failer. I live here next to Zero Lake Road, just a few miles north. And my family and I, we've been here for about 20 years in the Matsu, and I'm a professional dog musher, racing in the Iditarod year to year, and I use those trails about 5 times a week and strongly oppose the idea of having a proposed shooting range there. And I'd like to add that I am an avid gun supporter, but I don't think that it's a good spot for it, namely because of the dogs and mushers and other trail users and families in the area. And on a side note, I would like to mention that for the last 20 years, there's been a junior dog musher race that goes through that area every year, and it would obviously be putting those kids in jeopardy, and the dogs. So I oppose it, and think that we could hopefully come up with a different location. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Is that the end of people online? Okay. So one last chance. Anybody here before I close? Okay. I'm going to close audience Oh, I'm sorry. Did you want to? Okay. Close audience participation, and Madam Clerk.
Ordinance 25-127, an ordinance amending MSB 1767 tall structures, including telecommunication facilities, wind energy conversion systems, and other tall structures to reduce the minimum setback requirement for new telecommunications towers. If you're on the phone and would like to speak to this, press *3.
Okay, I'm going to open the public hearing. Do we have a sign-up sheet for that? We do not. So for ordinance 25-127, during this time with the public hearing, all of your testimony needs to pertain to this ordinance. Is there anyone that would like to speak regarding this ordinance? Do we have anybody online, sir? We do not? Okay. I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing, and Assemblyperson Fonoff.
I move to adopt ordinance 25-127.
Would you like to speak to it, sir? Or?
Yeah, that's been a while in coming. if we need, we can get Alex to explain a little briefly, but basically, our requirements were always requiring the setback for structures for the towers that as tall as the tower. But almost recently, almost all structures, they have a break technology that it's a collapses in 3 or so many pieces that it only requires whatever amount of radius it needs. So, and that potentially prevents, it requires way more space on paper than it's what really needed. A lot of places in other states have already, adopted these changes. We didn't have this. And we just wanted to make sure that technology and what our requirements is follows.
Okay. Any discussion on ordinance 25, Assemblyperson? Yes, Assemblyperson McKee, go ahead.
Yeah, one thing I was wondering about, is there a limit to the height of one of these things you can put up?
If I remember correctly, this one, I don't think that based on the height, that's what the how it will break.
Yeah.
But we're not changing that portion of it.
But I was just curious, is there something that says you can't build them more than, like 1,000 feet high? I mean,
I guess we could get the staff report and maybe Alex can help us out with that question. I don't think this one addresses that though.
While he's coming up, I'd like to ask another question. That's a great idea if it breaks up. Is that a pretty sure bet that it's going to do that? Maybe
Well,
Alex would know that question too.
Alex would know that question
Okay.
too. But yeah.
'Cause that's kind of scary.
I've looked into it.
It's like, oops.
Okay, go ahead, staff.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Alex Strawn, Planning Director. So the answer is there's nothing in borough code that has a height limitation for towers. I think I think the tallest one we have is 800 or 900 feet, and it's for like KTUU. It's a broadcast tower. I don't know if I quite caught the second question.
So it's a really good idea if you've got something that big that breaks apart before, the engines. Whoops. Are we really sure about that? That's kind of scary.
Yeah, it's a great question. So, the setback for towers when we were writing the regulations back in like 2013, I think is what it was a very hot topic. And there's a question of, do cell phone towers blow over and fall straight down? And as we were having that debate, a tower actually did fall straight over and smashed a building. And so we did adopt a setback equal to the height of the tower, but allowed the ability to go less than that if there's no threat to the public health, safety, and welfare. With breakpoint technology, you can engineer a weak point into the tower that if it were to fall over, it just falls in on itself and is not going to crush any neighboring buildings. So
How much of a guarantee do you have on something like that? That's what I'm asking.
nothing's 100%, but these are engineered. They're designed by structural engineers to do so.
I wouldn't want to live next to one. And it said something about if something about falling on, if I build a barn on my property line and this thing is falls right over and hits my barn. If it doesn't, I guess what I'm saying is that when I'm thinking about buying a piece of property and I'm not imagining that there's going to be one of these monsters in there, and it's a great idea if it works. I just want somebody to reassure me. I don't like that idea. Well, it was engineered, okay.
I guess.
Yeah. Okay. What's the history on it? What is the history on these folding on themselves things?
So through the mayor. So I'm not 100% sure all the history. I know of a couple of towers that have fallen over, one of which was recent, which sort of bent over on itself. It was out during these windstorms.
Yeah.
And it acted very much like a tower with breakpoint technology would act. I don't know if it had breakpoint technology, but there's a video online, you could see it. There are other reasons a tower could fall over if there's oxidation of the metals underneath in the ground because it's exposed to water. That could cause it to fall over. But I don't think there's been a whole lot of towers that have fallen over in the borough. It's not a very common thing.
Okay, Alex. Thank you.
Assemblyperson Howard.
I think I'll have a question for Alex, but my first question is
was there, what got you interested in this? Was there someone or some company said, we can't build because the
Yes,
setbacks?
the request originally came, and I think that ship has sailed for what started this a while back. But basically, the area, where's that, Alex? At the end of Glacier Road, towards the where the helicopters fly.
Knick River Road.
Knick River Road. There was a very bad cell phone service in that area, and a company approached an owner of a property who had perfect spot for it, but because of the structure of his residence that was there, if they had to go with a radius, it wouldn't match. They wouldn't sign off on it. So they wanted this to be, if this was passed, the people over there would have, that person could have voluntarily say, hey, use it on this property, on this corner. I'm willing to have this. There's the benefit of people having the, be able to use cell phone, 911, and that's how this thing was started. And I don't know what ended up happening with that, because the tower that was proposed for that area was with a breakpoint technology, but this was not in place. And I think at that time, Alex was out or whatever. But that's how this thing was born. And then for after that, we just work, make sure to get that corrected for future. And in that specific situation, there was lack of cell phone, and there was emergencies that in the past have happened where 911 people would not even been able to make the emergency calls.
And then this one might be for Alex. I remember the tall towers was very controversial. Like the rules got put in place, and then the rules got put in place because somebody put a tower right next to somebody's home, and that did not sit well. I'm thinking about the shooting range. We have a lot of cases in the borough where things like that happen. That kicked off the tall towers ordinance because we didn't have one. And then at some point it got repealed because they wanted to tweak it. I just wonder, when we settled on the setback, was that, I mean, obviously it was for safety reasons, but was there also like a consideration for the surrounding properties and aesthetics? And was that part of the reasoning for it?
Go ahead. So to the mayor. So this is, the setback is one of many rules. The planning commission or myself, depending on the height of the tower, is the decision maker. And certainly aesthetics is one of the things that is considered. My recollection is that the setback was really all about the safety due to potential collapse of towers.
Okay. And then, so is there anything in the ordinance now that gives consideration for like where you put it? Like that gives the ability to say, you know, you're in the middle of a subdivision and you're going to put a 200-foot tower within 25 feet of homes. Is there anything to, you know, give some consideration for the surrounding properties and how that impacts them?
So through the mayor. So the answer is yes. I didn't bring my iPad, so I don't have all the standards right in front of me here, but there are a lot of considerations when approving these, and aesthetics is absolutely a part of it, and in relation to not only homes, but trails and things like that.
Okay, so if we reduce this to 25 feet for safety reasons, that doesn't mean you're going to be approving 200-foot towers right next to homes. You're not going to do that because the ordinance doesn't.
So it all depends. It's we analyze every unique circumstance that these towers go into, but generally speaking, you're not going to approve a 200-foot tower right next to homes.
Okay. I think that answers my questions.
I just kind of wanted to talk about, I have had an uncle in Paulsville, Washington, and he bought this beautiful piece of property, built a gorgeous home, and then we went down to visit him, and somebody had put up, you could hardly see, it was up in the clouds. So how do you, to the person who has bought a new property and says, I'm putting a tower in, how do you say, well, Burrell doesn't want it there, so you can't put it there? Not Burrow, but Burrell, that was his name. What do you do there?
So as Assemblymember Nowers alluded to, there's been a whole big history on this. It was actually originally adopted in 1999, and then there was a big effort, much like the Water Body Setback Advisory Board.
Yeah.
Multiple years, many people put a lot of hours into this, and then in 2011, not only was the existing code repealed, but the new code was not adopted, and so we went for like 2 years where there was no regulations in place. There was a tower that went right up in front of somebody's picture window that they were off fighting a war, and they came back, and here it was in their view of Pioneer Peak, and that got the assembly to bring back the effort to bring back regulations. And so certainly these are things that are considered when it goes before the decision-making body, whether it's the planning commission or the assembly.
Okay,
Or,
well, as long
planning
as-
commission or the
Yeah.
director. So.
That's a cool, I mean, the person that had that happen didn't think it was very cool, but you know, what it says is you guys really have to pay attention. And yeah, okay, thanks. I'm a little reassured.
Go ahead. Assemblymember Nowers, go ahead.
I just wanted to ask the sponsor, do you know where in there, in the legislation that it gives consideration for, I mean, that's something you probably thought about, like consideration for, like if you're putting this in the middle of a residential neighborhood, do you know where in the legislation that it gives some kind of consideration that you're not going to put that right smack in the middle of a subdivision?
I don't think we're addressing that issue. We're talking about radius that was required and what it will be based on how the tower will break. This is, we're not changing zoning, thing like that. It still go through the whole public process. If at certain height, there's people just like shooting range or saying anything else, a gravel pit, they will come, oppose, there's gonna be feedback, pushing back. My argument is still that if the landowner wants to provide a service and there's incentive for it, and it improves people's lives for safety and cell phone service and things like that, if parties agree, we shouldn't be standing in the way. And if it requires only 50 feet radius for that tower, that's what we should do it. That's should be mentality as a limited government.
I guess you're right. You're looking at the safety, but at the same time, you're shrinking the closeness you can have to the property line from the height of the tower, which tall towers, I think, is 100-foot plus, from 100 feet to 25 feet. So, like, is there something else in code, just whether you knew where in that code that it gives some consideration for improper placement, I guess, that would have a negative impact on surrounding property owners? Looks like Alex knows.
So I do have the answer. So this is 1767-080. B1 states. Okay, so this is 1767-080 B1 states, to the extent that is technically feasible and potentially available, the location of tall structure is such that its negative effects on the visual and scenic resources of all surrounding properties have been minimized. So that is something, there's a big before they even apply, they have to go out to the community, engage the community, and then it goes before the decision-making body, and they have to consider these things if they're going to approve it.
Okay, that sounds like the planning commission is able to take that into account then. Okay,
yes.
Thank you.
Assemblymember Sumner, go ahead.
Yeah, there's actually three more conditions that Alex didn't repeat, but there's in addition to the one that he just said, there's also visibility of the tall structure from public parks, trails recognized within adopted borough plans and water bodies has been minimized to the extent that it is technically feasible and potentially available. 3, the tall structure will not interfere with the approaches to any existing airport or airfield, blah, blah, blah. And then 4, granting the permit will not be harmful to the public health, safety, convenience, and welfare. And I mean, Dimitri did vote for your setback reduction, so maybe you should vote for his.
I'm okay with it as long as there's protection for the surrounding property owners, because you can do what you want with your property until it starts to affect my property and my property values and use. At least that's my stance.
Okay, further discussion? Is there any objection? Seeing no objection, then the legislation passes.
Ordinance 26013, an ordinance extending the time of completion of the expiring Beetle Kill Fire Reduction Initiative grant match funds through September 30th, 2027. If you're on the phone and would like to speak to this, press *3.
Okay, I'm going to open the public hearing on ordinance 26-013. Anyone like to address the assembly on this ordinance? Have anybody? We do have one person online. Go ahead.
Oh, hi. I'm sorry. I was trying to make comments on the Zero Lake Gun Range proposition.
That's not.
Okay, I understand that now. Sorry about that.
No problem. Okay. Don't see anybody. I'm going to close the public hearing. Deputy Mayor.
I move to adopt ordinance 26-013.
Okay, discussion. Is there any objection by any assembly members? Being no objection, then the legislation passes.
Ordinance 26015, an ordinance to purchase the adjacent lot next to Big Lake Lions Recreation Center in the amount of $110,000 and to classify the land as reserved use lands for the purpose of sewer system lot. If you're on the phone and would like to speak to this, press *3.
Okay, I'm going to open the public hearing for ordinance 26-015. Anyone like to address this ordinance? Anybody online, sir? We do not have anybody online. One last chance. Okay, I'll close the public hearing. Assemblyperson Gamble.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move to adopt ordinance 26-015.
Okay, discussion by anyone? Oh, okay.
I
go ahead.
just want to speak to it. We discussed this during the process of purchasing the Big Lake Lions Recreation Center, and that the current septic system is on private property. And we do have an arrangement. If somebody wants more details on that, we can have Jillian come up and speak to us about it. But the current sewer system or septic system is on private property, and so this is purchasing this property will give us the ability to have a future septic system should this one fail on borough property. And we discussed this during, like I said, the purchase of this building. Thank you.
Assemblyperson McKee?
Did you say, somebody said that this was available to us? We knew about it when we voted for the purchase of the place?
That is correct. It was in the report.
Yikes. I don't remember that. Because I've had a couple of surprises on this being one of them. I'm sorry. Generally, I read everything. I obviously missed this one. Because now we're $110,000 in addition to what we originally spent. Plus, we're now the location of serving alcohol and pot and whatever else people want to serve that's legal. I feel like I got a pig in a poke here. I just didn't know enough about it to make a decision originally. That's probably my problem, but I hope this is it.
Can I?
Assemblyperson.
Ms. McKee, no, this is not it. Just letting you know. This property was discussed and it was kind of proposed at that time, and I did bring up this question. And they said, oh, we're having a conversation, but we don't want to like make it like so that then they raise up the price. Well, I mean, our land is undervalued, but that price is, even after increases, is at $25,300. We have a property that belongs to the borough right behind the building if we do need to put a septic system. This is one of those things that I knew it's gonna come, and we're gonna just keep on adding to that. I don't know how much money we invested into that place so far, and I know there's another couple $1 million that needs to be invested there to really make it work. And buying property away for potentially future septic system, and then while we have our own property right behind it of at least 5 acres, probably maybe 4, that is raw land that could potentially serve as a septic if we ever needed, or additional parking, but we're gonna spend more. So for that reason, I'm gonna be consistent and gonna vote no on this.
So can I ask a question to whomever about why are we not using the land that the borough already owns behind it? Why would we not use that instead of buying some new stuff?
We have staff come in, ma'am. Go ahead, staff.
Good evening, Jillian Morrissey, Community Development Director, through the mayor to Assemblymember McKee. So where the septic is currently located on this property that's before you, and so that's the current septic system. There is an easement that is on that property, and that if the property sold to another individual, another private person, the septic easement would continue to stay with us. We would still be able to access that septic. I believe what Assemblymember Gamble was speaking to is that the idea of moving this forward was the opportunity that the Assembly had the choice to look at securing the asset by then protecting the septic that is already currently being used for the recreation center. In the future, we could subdivide this property, we could sell pieces of it. It's also something that we could use for additional parking, but that's not in the plan right now.
I don't think you quite got to my question though about we've got other land that's available now. Why can't we just not do anything with this one? Let it run out, run over and forget it and go, if we need more property, we'll just use what we already own.
My apologies, through the mayor to Assemblymember McKee. I did not mean to, I forgot your question, apologies. We do have additional lands that are classified for other purposes. I believe the property that's behind the rec center is classified for emergency services. We can go through a classification process if we need to use, create additional parking behind the rec center in the future. Absolutely, we could use that for this. But specifically, this property before you is because of the septic that is there.
Assemblyperson Sumner?
Oh, yeah, I was just, Mr. Farnoff, I think you mentioned that we might invest millions of dollars more in refrigeration. If you look at the agenda, actually, the manager's going to be signing a grant to the Matsu Health Foundation to pay for that refrigeration. So hopefully we get that. We don't have to invest any more money in the facility in that regard. At first, when I first read this, I thought that I was in support of this, but actually after hearing some more information, if we have an easement on this property already, we could replace the septic in the exact same spot. That is feasible to do, and it's probably less than $110,000 to put it in the same exact spot. And if we have other adjacent property, then maybe we could also put a new septic system there if need be. I would say rather than voting this down, maybe we should postpone this and get some more information on those two avenues.
Deputy Mayor, did you have some comments?
That was what I was going to say too.
Okay, all right. Assemblyperson Farnoff?
Yeah, this easement will stay there. It's on the plat and that will stay. And we do have a property right behind it that is treated, and that section is not being used for anything right now. So, could this serve potential as additional parking? Yes, there's probably many benefits to that. I think we can negotiate a different offer, and if we're somewhere closer, then we could consider it. To me, I just think I stated my reasons why I can't support this.
So is there a motion by anybody? Oh, Assemblyperson Nowers, go ahead.
I think it'd be worth just getting the answers to that, see if there's, if that's a sensible option. I do know we got this facility for a song. So, when you look at how we spend our tax dollars, the value of that, if we just sold that facility, would be more than we purchased it for. And I think there's a value to having facilities like this across the borough with like the Menard Center and the Brett Ice Arena, and they don't pay for themselves. The pools do not pay for themselves, but they pay a good chunk of it with user fees. And so, that's more than some things do. So I guess I would make a motion to postpone this to the next meeting just to get that additional information and reassurance that we're making the right decision on this.
Okay, so there was a motion to postpone.
Let's postpone it a little further away, maybe indefinitely, or at least a couple months, and go ask manager to go negotiate on the price a little more. That's the only reason I'm willing to do it. Otherwise, I'm willing to vote it down today.
Did you have a date on your motion? Next meeting, okay. Assemblyperson Bowles.
So I'm going to object to this or this movement. I think we have the information we need. It's $110,000 of taxpayer money. Taxpayers spent over $1 million already on this. We have a septic system in place. I think it's a great idea, but it's already in place. It's functioning. We have land that the borough owns that's adjacent to the property. To me, this is a no-brainer. We don't need to be spending taxpayer money on this right now. So I at least object to this, and I'll be a no vote on postponing.
Okay, further discussion on the amendment, Assemblyperson Sumner.
Yeah, I mean, what comes to mind is the adage, penny wise, pound foolish. I think that we should postpone it. I'm a contractor. I install septic systems. I build buildings. We don't have the information right now to know what it would cost to replace in place or to move to a different parcel. And in a commercial building and a commercial size septic, it could outstrip the savings here of purchasing this parcel. So I would say we postpone, collect some more information, and then make the decision.
Okay. So, Assemblyperson Gamble.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm not opposed to postponing it. And if I could make a friendly amendment to date certain June 2nd. Is that long enough? To let the administration get enough information to bring back to us so that we can make a decision. I don't think it's going to hurt to wait a little while to decide on this.
Okay, so that's secondary amendment to postpone to June 2nd? Yeah. Okay, so we have a secondary amendment to postpone until June 2nd, 26, I would assume, huh? So is there objection to the secondary amendment? You do have objection? Oh, you do object? Okay, all right, Madam Clerk?
If you can post or go ahead and vote on the secondary amendment. Assemblymember Gamble, can you press your button again? Thank you. Madam Mayor, it passed with Assemblymember McKee and Assemblymember Bowles opposed.
Okay. So
now we're on the primary and as amended.
The primary, so now to postpone, and the date instead of next meeting is on the 2nd of June of 26.
I think that gives plenty of time. I'm going to support that. And I will ask if whoever, whether it's Mike or under your department, to let the seller know that, we're not so thrilled with that number and maybe we can negotiate it. Then that might make more sense here for us to do this. But that's the direction I would like to see, not just time go till June, but actually use this time to see if we could have this play out in our favor a little more.
Assemblyperson Bowles?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I'm curious if this will be done by borough staff, this study, or if this will cost us money to look into how much it would cost to not spend money.
Do we have an answer, sir?
I don't imagine the intent's to go out and get an engineer to do anything at this stage. I think we'd probably lean on Public Works to come up with a cost estimate. Of course, Mr. Sumner, as a contractor, could always offer his expertise for free.
I'll go out there and take a look at it.
Okay. Further discussion then, because we're on the primary amendment as changed. Okay, so.
Would you clarify the primary amendment, please?
Yeah. Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
Postponement to June 2nd.
Is there objection? Okay, all right. Go ahead.
If I can get the members to
Hold
go
on.
ahead and vote.
If we object this, then we're back deciding it today. Is that correct? Okay.
Madam Mayor, it passed with Assemblymember Fanoff, McKee, and Bowles opposed.
Okay.
Let me get this real quick.
So now we have the motion on the floor for the acceptance of 26-015
No,
as
it
amended
was
for the
postponed.
postponement.
It was postponed. We're done.
Okay, so, okay. Alrighty, Madam Clerk.
Give me just a
Oh,
second.
I'm sorry, go
That's
ahead.
okay. Ordinance 26016, an ordinance approving the land classification of your borough-owned property as reserved use land for the purpose of a shooting range. If you're on the phone and would like to speak to this, press star 3.
Okay, I'm going to open the public hearing, and I have a sign-up sheet, so I will call the names, and then you're welcome to come and testify. Linda Blexley? Oxley? Linda? Okay.
Thank you. Yes, Linda Oxley, Oxley. Good evening, and thank you for this opportunity to speak in opposition to OR 26-16. My name is Linda Oxley. I represent the Willow Area Community Organization, and that's the entity within whose borders this property is located, and representing myself as a remote neighbor. I sit on the Waco board as the past chair, and I live about a mile or so as the bird flies from this property. Waco opposes this designation for a long list of concerns, as documented in the opposition letter she's handing to you from our November 10 meeting. And we had a thorough conversation about this at that Waco meeting that day. Others have been testifying and will continue to testify about why this is a difficult location. So I thought I would talk about the process of how we got here. Normally, staff is asked to look at development of land spots based on the priorities of the borough. They find sites, do a huge review, and get public input, and then if they still think it's a good use of that site, they pass it to the planning commission where further opportunity is available to talk about it. And then it comes to you. This process did not start this way. Mr. Bernier brought this as a motion, and you adopted to direct the staff to find sites specifically for another shooting range in the borough. I would suggest that I have tremendous amounts of respect for the planning staff, but this is a lot of additional pressure to be specifically directed by motion to do something, to achieve something. As a consequence, I think due diligence has not been done. This is not a criticism of our planner because he was wonderfully helpful. But the land is within the Waco area, not Houston. Notice was sent to the defunct Chamber of Commerce of Houston, was not sent to any other entity that I'm aware of in the Houston leadership, nor was it sent to Waco initially. Residents within only 1/4 mile were notified. The impact of this type of land use will affect properties significantly further than 1/4 mile away. Luckily, a person called a person who called another, and a group of us have formed in opposition to this. I need to also remind the Assembly that Houston voted down a shooting range in this same area just a few years ago. Excuse me, and while this site is on Waco land, Houston is essentially across the street. I realize that Mr. Bernier ran on and won District 7 on this issue, and nobody objects to safely and properly managed gun ranges, such as Montana Creek, which is owned and operated by the Upper Susitna Shooters Association. But Zero Lake site is not the right location, being so close to the city, who has not had a chance to actively discuss what was a defeated issue. Sadly, and I have not been able to substantiate this, there's a rumor that there are buyers in the wings waiting for this action tonight and then to have the land moved for sale, and they would have this facility built by the end of the summer. In summary, the borough has a responsibility, in my mind, to help protect existing residents and existing uses before it has a responsibility to any private enterprise who could probably do a shoddy build and management of the land. Thank you for your attention. I urge you to vote against this classification.
Okay. Sandy McDonald?
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Assembly. My name is Sandy McDonald, and I have represented the City of Houston in many different capacities. I've been on the Land Use Advisory Committee as a council member, as the deputy mayor, and also as the mayor at one time. I am not on the council at this time, and I am speaking tonight in regards to the land use classification on Zero Lake Road. I am not in favor of a shooting range at this location. It wasn't too long ago a shooting range was proposed in Zero Lake area, and it was not approved. In the Houston Code, shooting ranges are only approved by conditional use permit on heavy industrial land, zoned land. You may already know that a conditional use permit's purpose is given for, as our city code states, when uses listed as conditional uses are declared to be potentially damaging to the property values and the usefulness of the adjacent properties and/or potentially harmful to public health, safety, and welfare, and unless maintained under and in accordance with a lawful issued permit, such uses are declared to be public nuisances and are prohibited. Part B goes on to say the conditional use permitting procedure is intended to allow the City of Houston, acting as the city zoning board, to consider the consistency of a proposed use with the City of Houston's comprehensive plan and its potential impacts on surrounding uses and the natural environment, and to attach such conditions to a permit that will ensure that the conditional use will be compatible with nearby uses. We will be keeping in character with the integrity of the area and will protect the public health, safety, and welfare, end quote of the code. A shooting range in this area is not appropriate. We live in Houston with its zoning laws to protect us and our investments. Shooting ranges are not allowed anywhere near, should not be allowed anywhere near this area. The City of Houston's comprehensive plan with its zoning laws was also adopted or passed, meaning supported by this assembly by ordinance. And therefore, it should be taken into account in the Zero Lake land classification. I see a major problem. This area is not zoned for a shooting range. The borough needs to respect the neighboring city of Houston in this classification and the laws we live by. You approved our comprehensive plan, and we ask that you would stick by that. This project will not add to the City of Houston's revenue because it is just over the line. We are abutting property lines on this. Again, I'm against the shooting range in this area. We live there. We have been paying our ever-growing tax bill for many years on both the land we reside on and land we have chosen to invest in that area. Thank you for your time.
Tom Blair?
Good evening. I'm Thomas Blair.
Good evening.
Let's see here. I got a big old thing written up here. I'm a resident of Houston, Alaska. I reside at Zero Lake. I'm a bullet shot away from your gun range. 4 generations of my family have grown up there running wild in those woods, and we want to keep it a recreational area. I've heard mentions of not wanting towers in their yard. I've heard public safety. I digress. I strongly oppose the zoning or the development of a shooting range in the Zero Lake area due to the safety concerns that has been brought up by these wonderful people that attended this evening. You know, the environmental impacts, the property values, the lack of infrastructure, the lack of enforcement of existing laws and regulations in that area. In my closing, it would be much better to the benefit of Matt Subero if we were to move forward with making it a recreational area to where everyone can utilize it and not have to worry of their personal safety. Thank you.
Thank you. John McDonald?
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. John McDonald. I live in Houston. Moved there a little over 20 years ago. I talked to Mayor Adam Zinn before we bought property on Zero Lake. He said, nothing's happening up there. You'll be fine. Almost literally the next day, 2 areas were selected for the new prison. So we fought that. Then the shooting range. And of course, we got so many pot farms there that the smell is overpowering sometimes. Just seems like everybody wants to dump stuff on Houston. Well, we love the area, and we don't want it to be dumped on. So why don't you take this shooting range and put it at Point McKenzie, maybe even in Airport McKenzie area. You already got a lot of land cleared there. So please do not try to force this on us. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Robert Morgan?
Robert Morgan, thank you for the opportunity to speak. My comments today are focused strictly on the proposed location of the shooting range adjacent to private property off Zero Lake Road in Willow. I'm not opposed to shooting ranges in principle. I'm an avid proponent of responsible firearm use and support facilities that are sited, designed, and operated to protect users and neighboring residents. However, the specific siting of this facility is untenable given existing low risk factors or existing law, risk factors, and reasonable alternatives. Under Alaska Statutes 29.35.145, the authority to regulate firearms and knives is reserved for the state, and a municipality may only restrict the discharge of firearms in any portion of their respective jurisdiction where there is a reasonable likelihood that people, domestic animals, or property will be jeopardized. This statutory directive emphasizes that local land use decisions must protect the public where foreseeable risks exist. Placing an active shooting range directly adjacent to a private residence inherently increases that risk and triggers the very discretionary authority granted to regulate discharge when safety is jeopardized. The rest of my speech is just kicking a dead horse. I want you guys to understand the gravity of this. This is unprecedented. I know you guys want to point to Mod Road, you want to point to what you're doing in Jonesville, but the reality is you guys have never done this. You've never put a shooting range directly adjacent private property. That's a bad precedent to set. I think it deteriorates the faith that the public holds with the borough. Something for your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Corey Morgan?
Hi, my name's Corey Morgan. My family owns property adjacent to where this proposal is. This would extremely impact our ability to go out on the weekends, enjoy this beautiful state that we live in. Part of the main reason why we live here. If we were to go out there listening to, people shooting all day, we just would choose not to and probably force to move our recreational property to a different location. So you've heard everything already. I just wanted to say that I also oppose the shooting range. Thank you.
Jeff Morgan?
Hello, my name is Jeff Morgan. You guys have heard all of this all day, and I apologize that I'm just going to beat a dead horse, as my brother said. But we have property out there, and we're very concerned about this shooting range. We're big shooters. We have guns, we shoot guns, we play guns, we love all the things. But this is a bad location. I don't know if any of you have ever been up there. I really recommend that you go up there. It's a beautiful place. The road is terrible. It's not maintained. In fact, the person who maintains that road is the guy who was just talking to you. He runs his bulldozer up there, and he takes care of the potholes. He takes care of all that stuff for the residents, for the people of the property up there. And, it'd just be a real shame to see all that fall apart, all that beautiful land, for something that I don't believe you guys really want. I don't think you have been up there to see what it is that it would cost. That's what I got.
Thank you. Kelvin Hansley?
Good evening. My name is Kelton Hansley. I am the property owner directly north of this proposed site. I want to start by saying that I support responsible gun ownership and I support having a shooting range in this borough. This is not about being anti-range, it's about being against a bad location and a flawed process. When I purchased my property, it was zoned as mixed use. I made the largest financial investment of my life relying on that zoning. I did not purchase property expecting to live within feet of what would function as an industrial scale firearms facility with thousands of gunshots a day. The issue tonight is not whether the borough should be having a range. The issue is whether the specific location was selected reasonably and lawfully. From what we have seen, there have been no completed noise studies, no wildlife impact studies, no road analysis, no demonstrated compliance with environmental or safety standards prior to moving this land toward a zoned range. Of the borough's 525 acres in that area, roughly 80 acres, or 15%, are private residences. It does not appear that the remaining unoccupied acreage was fully evaluated, nor were alternative locations explored. That raises serious questions about site selection. As an assembly, you should expect proposals brought before you to reflect thorough due diligence. To advance the zoning before those steps are completed exposes the borough to legal risk and exposes you, as elected officials, to approving something that may not ultimately prove buildable. If this site fails environmental review, fails sound compliance, or proves infeasible due to infrastructure limitations, you will have zoned land unnecessarily while losing the opportunity to pursue more suitable locations. I am simply asking you to slow this down. Require the studies first, evaluate multiple sites, make a defensible, data-driven decision. To approve the zoning first and determine feasibility later puts the cart before the horse. That is not responsible governance. Please send this back and require proper due diligence before moving forward. For an example, my wife is a doctor. I'm a paramedic. If I start giving a patient medications without doing a thorough assessment, I will be held liable for negligence, and I will lose my job. That is essentially what is happening here, but your negligence does not result in your losing of your job. It results in me losing my livelihood. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I ask
Darcy Morgan?
Can I ask a question of the mayor? I didn't hear that gentleman's name. I'm sorry, say what?
Kelton Hansley.
Thank you.
Hensley.
Hi, good evening. My name is Darcy Morgan, and my husband, Robert Morgan, and I own the property that is directly adjacent on the property line of this proposed shooting range. We've been searching for a very long time to find the perfect property to create our Alaskan dream. We wanted to be in the Matsu borough because we believe in the borough, we work in the borough. This is where we want to plan our long-term future. We bought the property several years ago and have been pouring blood, sweat, and tears into developing it, putting in road, and the creek that everybody keeps referring to is actually the beginning of Nancy Creek, which is a salmon spawning creek, and it runs through our property, which is part of the reason we love it. I am also not opposed to a shooting range, but I am very well aware of what Zero Lake Road is, and Zero Lake Road is a stretch. It's not a road. It's an old logging road that is less than 1 car wide. It is full of potholes. It's terrible. We typically take our ATV or our snow machine up there to get to the property. In the off chance in the summer, it's a dry enough summer, we can drive our truck. It takes us 25 to 30 minutes just to get up the road to get to our property because it's that bad. There is a creek that is actually sprung up in the middle of the road that is sloughing off the road into the swamp below. So the infrastructure needed to make Zero Lake Road traversable and make it a public use area would be a tremendous amount of taxpayer dollars. So the amount of money that would take just to put a shooting range, that is less than a quarter mile from my property. And if you look at the map of this proposal, there's the shooting range, there's Kelton's property, there's our property. We're less than a quarter of a mile. So an accidental discharge of a firearm could send a bullet directly through my house. That is terrifying. And I'm shocked that this property has actually gotten this far because it doesn't make any logical sense. So please understand that you're not voting on whether or not you want a shooting range in the borough. You're voting as to whether you want to pour the money into developing the infrastructure needed to put a shooting range on Zero Lake Road, but that also you're willing to jeopardize your tax-paying citizens' livelihood and safety. Thank you.
Mallory Smith.
Hello again, guys. I still really appreciate your time and everyone's service, and to Ron through the mayor. I appreciate his service as well. And I understand everyone is trying their best to make this a good place to live. That being said, I've kind of got 2 main points. Earlier, we were talking about towers and having those go up next to your house. And the representative from District 6 brought up a really good point about the benefits of private land ownership and that balance between someone's right to develop their land and the cost to the neighbors. In this case, there's no private owner who benefits from this. This is just a cost to the neighbors. There's no balancing act. It's just a negative for everyone, as far as I can tell. That being said, the other thing I'd like to touch on is prior to my previous career, I worked as an Alaska State Trooper. And I can tell you that if you put a shooting range in a place that's going to be this hard to police, it's going to be wild. It would be a terrible, terrible idea. People will be drawn there to drink and shoot in a place where people live. And you're going to attract the wrong clientele to the shooting range because there will not be policing effectively here. So I very much appreciate your time. Thank you all for your service. I really, really appreciate you very much. Please don't do this.
Jamie, let's see, Smith, there we are.
Thank you again. I also oppose the shooting range for many of the same reasons. I think is a great point that Mallory brought up about the policing back in there. A shooting range probably should be somewhere a little more out of the way or a little less out of the way. And I do appreciate you, Ron, that you're trying to do something positive. But this is just bad for all the neighbors. We don't want it. I'm really worried about the trail. That's historically a dog mushing trail. And a lot of mushing use. It's not going to be good to have that kind of racket right on a mushing trail like that. And yeah, I'm just opposed to it. Thank you.
Jamie, can I have you state your name again for the record?
Jamie Harm-Smith.
Thank you. And the reason we do that is because we see each other here now, but somebody listening to the tape, 2 days or 20 years from now are not going to know who we are. And so, sorry I have to bug you regarding that. Nyla Morgan, is that right? Yeah.
Good evening, thank you, and thank you for getting my name right.
Yeah.
Doesn't happen that often. I am Nyla Morgan. My son and his wife own one of the properties up there at Zero Lake Road. I've been up there many times. Stunningly beautiful place, quiet, peaceful. Get to see lots of wildlife, and it's just a lovely place to recreate. They purchased, as Darcy said, several years ago. They have spent countless hours rebuilding the road, rebuilding the bridge, maintaining the road on the way up there. A lot of it isn't their responsibility, but in order to get there and help those who live there and who come up there, they've done a lot of extra. This shooting range would be not in their best interest, or anyone's really. There's lots of folks that go up there who I'm assuming have reasons to cut down random trees and drag them across the road and ditch their cars there. And often it's these folks cleaning it up for the community. And so to put a gun range in there is going to just exacerbate that problem. It's going to get even worse. And to have it unmanaged is even more dangerous. And so I would just encourage you to consider not building there, but building somewhere. I think it's a wonderful idea, but just not there. Thank you.
Thank you. James Ramsey Smith.
Hello, my name is James Ramey Smith, and I spoke before. I guess just to reiterate my point is that the road is terrible, that the people living in the area are afraid for their lives there. There's people shooting, and they struck down putting a prison there, and then they struck down putting a shooting range there before, and now they have another shooting range coming back up. We really have to ask why. I mean, everybody here seems to be against it. I don't even see a for So if everybody's against it, why would we even consider it? So what we really need is a shooting range where you can drive easy to, that's on the flat, that doesn't cost too much to maintain, and isn't up on a hill, right? This proposed shooting range is up on a hill. The sound will carry for 10 miles. When you fire a large rifle, you will hear that. When you shoot that rifle, a potential bullet can go for at least 5 miles in any direction. That means anybody's house. I'm serious. That's the trajectory. You fire from up on a hill, you're going to hit somebody. So I strongly am against the shooting range. I think it'd be a better thing is to create some type of a park. I bet people could get online up there with that. Personally, I don't want any more traffic on it. I run dogs on it almost every day. My family has since the 50s. My daughter wants a kids park up there. I think we should do something a little more ethical and low impact, and then have an actual plan to take care of it before we make wild proposals that have major impacts on people. Thank you.
Mhm. Thank you. And thank you for helping earlier. And thank you for helping earlier. Thank you for helping earlier so we could get those other people online. Appreciate that. Thank you. Okay, let's see. Becca Moore, I think she must have left. Is she left? Yeah, okay, thank you. And then Cora Smith. Coral. C-O-R-A-L, Cora. Okay. And Banyan Smith. Oh, he's gone too. Okay. Well, that's the way I get through those names. Anyway, would anybody else like to give their opinion on ordinance 26-016? Okay.
Evening again, Ellery Gibbs. I just looked at this, pulled it off the chart, brought up the Matsu Borough parcel viewer, looked at the contours, looked at the topography, and I would be against this. The direction that this is going off over flatter ground, so you're going to have the chance, the opportunity for the bullets to fly and continue to fly much further than they should. Granted, you're going to sit here and develop this and put up berms, backstops, and everything else. The trouble with this, the better thing to do would be to find a spot where you have more of a natural backdrop, where you are not going to have development, you're not going to have trails. In looking at the parcel viewer, I saw trails all around this property, all around the borough property, more so on the east side and on the north side, yet I still saw just on the aerial photography off of the parcel viewer trails on the west side of this property, which is where the range is supposed to be going. And as such, as just a conscientious person interested in public safety and proper development, I definitely would be against this for that aspect, just looking at it on those merits. The other concern that was brought up is upgrading the road. I deal with subdivision development all the time in the land surveying side of things. So your general rule of thumb is a minimum of $100 per linear foot of road that you're going to put in. So you're looking at $800,000 to $1 million just to upgrade the road in order to be able to put this in. So the infrastructure, you've got a problem all the way around. I understand that this is an attempt to do something that is positive for the community. Unfortunately, it does not look like this is the proper place to do it. So I definitely am on the side of the folks that are around the area. They know what's going on. And from a development point of view and a public safety point of view, I definitely believe that this is a bad idea. Thank you for your time and for your attention to this.
Thank you. Do we have some? We do? Okay. Whoever's online, please go ahead.
Yes, hi, my name is Christopher Chambers, and I'm calling in opposition to this gun range on Zero Lake Road. I have family and friends there, and we frequent it throughout the summer and in the wintertime. And I have three small children that are with me and dogs, and I can't imagine an area so beautiful to recreate, having a gun range in an adjacent property for, first of all, safety risks, and then having guns going off all day long for I don't own the property, but it's so nice to be out there. But I can just imagine owning that property and spending tens of thousands of dollars to develop it and make it my own place in Alaska, and having a gun range just put them right on top of it. It doesn't seem commonsensical. There's been a lot of talk with why this is a bad idea, and I think that logically, it's yes, we do need a gun range, but not here.
Thank you.
And that's what I have.
Okay, thank you. Do we have anybody else online? We do not. Okay, one last chance for anyone that hasn't testified that would like to. Okay, we'll go ahead and close testimony. Deputy Mayor?
I move to adopt ordinance 26-016, and I'd like to speak to it.
Go ahead and speak to it.
So I reached out to Joe with the borough staff for future sites for gun ranges. Not building a gun range today, tomorrow, maybe 20 years from now, but to set it aside so it would be classified for a future gun range. So people could see before they bought a piece of property, hey, there's a future gun range going there. That way they're not complaining after the fact, hey, they're trying to put a gun range in my neighborhood. Okay. We looked at 6 or 7 different properties. Most of them were right up by Susitna shooting range, like 2-3 miles away from and what I told Joe is we need to find something closer, because there's people here that's not going to go, for instance, I live off of Pittman. Nobody's driving over to Maud Road from Pittman, not very likely, or versus going up to Susitna, right? But I'm fortunate enough, I'm shooting on my own property, but not a lot of people can do that. Most people have 1 acre of ground, right? So what I'm trying to do is set property aside for future. Who knows, 10, 15 years down the road, they could say, oh, we found a different thing that we'd like to do with the property. So we actually drove up there. Joe took me up, showed me the property. We walked it. There's a bend with a hill. And when we walked up the hill, I probably went up 45, 50 feet in elevation. And what I proposed to Joe is, let's mine out the gravel, that area. We got gravel to fix the road coming in. Now we've got a safe gravel pit area to shoot into. So we're not shooting into somebody's house on any flat areas. We're actually shooting into a gravel bank. But I would like to take and postpone this and have the manager look at the state property. And that's the other thing. This property, can we bring it up on the map or on the?
Gotta give us a second.
Okay.
Oh, look, she was quick.
Thank you. So that's 520 acres there. Now on 4 sides is state land, and then the 2 private parcels owned by the Morgans and the Hensleys. And what I was proposing is to mine into the hill, so it is a safe shooting environment. And then when I went up there, there is a lot of junk, refrigerators, couches, But most of the junk was shotgun shells, bullet shells, all over the place. And so I've reached out to a few people, even Sid from Waco, and he says, it's already an uncontrolled shooting area. If you did a controlled shooting area like a gun range, it would be a better situation. People that are currently going out there leaving trash and stuff like that, typically your shooters that are out there actually going out to sight in rifles or pistols or whatever aren't going to be leaving trash. They have respect. It's the people that are using it now that leaves a bad taste for everyone. You don't see that happen out at Maud Road. And but I would like to take and postpone this.
You want to postpone to a certain date, sir,
Yes.
or indefinitely?
We're just looking up.
Are you looking for a particular month or date? I can give you that. I've got them right in front of me.
Let's do March 24th.
24th.
That'll give.
March
Yeah.
24th is a joint meeting with the school board.
Oh,
Do you mean March 17th?
let's do April 7th then.
April 7th? Okay.
Okay, I think the manager would like to say something. Go ahead.
Through the mayor. So I guess I want to understand your intent a little bit better, because that's not going to buy us a lot of time to do anything
With the
if we're
state.
wanting to explore with the state. The state does not move at that speed for anything. And that's fair. I mean, I'm not trying to be critical. I'm just saying, like, there is a program the state has for charitable and public use that we can pursue. I mean, we're trying to get a well for a water utility right now, and fast tracking it to them is several months. And that's for something that has real consequences in the near term. So I don't think April's going to buy us any time to bring you back anything meaningful. If you're in, the other challenge is it leaves everybody in limbo with regards to this parcel. If you want us to pursue another track, and this is for the future, it doesn't seem like there's a rush. And if you're good to concede with this process, the state has its own deliberative process that's very defined, right? So it goes to a very public process again. So you potentially could have two things out there for the public where they're not sure what track we're taking. So I guess what I'm saying is, if you're convinced that you want to look at another option, you might consider putting this to bed. And then if you want us to run another course with the state, we're happy to do that, but expect that it's going to take many, many months. And we can do that because they'll have their own deliberative process where they would do their own public noticing and they would take public comment for a different parcel.
Yeah, Deputy Mayor, I think what Mike is saying is that this ordinance is for a specific piece of property. And so if you postpone this ordinance to whatever date, you're still looking at just this piece of property. You're not looking at state property or additional other areas or something. So to write this off, then you would postpone indefinitely, and then add parting comments, direct, or vote it down, whichever way you want to do. If so, it's up to you. You made the motion to postpone. So you want indefinitely, or you want a definite date? But when it comes back, then it's just going to be this piece of property again. It's not going to be a state piece of property in that vicinity or in some other part of the borough. Okay?
Well, maybe I should postpone this and these other properties that Joe has got in mind further up the valley, bring them out and do them all at the same time. That way we can get
But-
everybody's public testimony taken care of
But this piece of property then still is under consideration. You see
Correct.
what I'm saying? And if you want that, then that's fine. Postpone for a date and bring back with additional properties. But if you heard the testimony, it seemed like to me it was for this specific property that people have the problem with. But if you want to hold on to that piece of property, then
Let's vote on it then. Let's classify it. And like I said, this isn't, it could be 20 years down the line. There's no gun range going in
Okay.
anytime soon.
so are you going back to the motion to postpone for a definite date?
Can't cancel it. Let's just vote it.
So,
Just vote for the,
He's asking to withdraw.
okay.
Is there objection to withdraw?
Is there an objection to withdraw? No. Okay.
Main motion.
So we're back to the main motion now.
Discuss the main motion now.
Okay. Assemblyperson Bowles?
So I appreciate you bringing this. I utilize gun ranges. I love guns. I love shooting. And but listening to everybody here and looking at it on the map, just my perspective, being District 1, a mod range user, mod range doesn't butt up to any private property. When it first went in, it was down the road. There have since been lots, 2-acre lots that have gone in that are closer to the range, but those people now know that they're buying, property closer to the range. So, in my mind, looking at this, I can't support this. I see that even if it's 20 years down the line, it's still going to be an infringement on people's private property. So I think that just pulling this piece and let's pursue another piece in your district. I fully support a gun range in your district, but maybe not this piece because it's right south of people's property lines. And so I don't think I can support it, and I apologize. I do support a gun range. I want more gun ranges, but this one, the proximity to private property, it's just kind of, it's not sitting right for me. So.
Okay, further discussion? Okay, Assemblyperson Pollock?
Yeah, it's never when you make a decision like this, it's not, there's some people that are opposed it, and almost everybody that spoke, none of them are against gun ranges. They're just not in my backyard. I'm surprised that a lot of people spoke and they said they're right next to adjacent to this property. When I looked it up, there's only 2 of them that are actually private properties that are adjacent. Like what you said, Mr. Bernier, the parcel is like 520 acres, and they're only designating like 50 something, I think, acres towards that range. And what you walked sounds to me like you did proper homework. It is not comfortable, but it does give the planning ahead of time, 20 or whatever years from now, that people know. As a matter of fact, I would welcome you to maybe get the other parcels and also classify them so that then we're given as much notice ahead of the time so that people buying properties next to each other that are understand that, hey, that's what's going to happen. But guess what? Even if they're classified, and then we are to start moving, we're still going to get opposition. There isn't anything like this. We'll always get opposition. The closest structure to what would be the corner area is about 1,000 feet is the closest to what I've measured here. There's a lot of complaints about burning, the garbage, bad road, no bathrooms. A lot of these things would be addressed because what you said is instead of just being an unmanaged gun range, now it's going to have some rules, the hours of operations, so forth and so on. So, and it's not an immediate, but that's, as us elected officials, that's a difficult decision that we need to make, is to support something that will have longer vision. Now there's only, very few people benefiting that area, but if it's structured correctly, hundreds of people could benefit from this. And the plan about extracting gravel, having a wall, I do think there's a lot of value in that. So I will support you in that decision. And if you bring more, we could have several options. And I do think the more options are, the better it is.
Okay, so I guess, yes, Assemblyperson Hours, you haven't spoken yet.
I just wanted to echo what Assemblymember Bowles said, that just listening to the testimony and a gun range for the public is supposed to be a positive thing. And I think I've heard enough to know that this would not be a positive place for this. And I think if we're looking for another place, one of the lessons here is you can't just look at the very adjacent parcels, because that sound really carries and it affects far beyond that. So finding a place that's suitable, that's not going to negatively impact people's use of their property. And I'm anyways, I support you in trying to find a place in your district, but I think if we're looking ahead to other places, like, let's try to avoid the mistakes of this one, where there's a lot of people who are using that area and are close by. And I'd also just it's kind of funny, we're talking about zoning. You're zoning property. This is the borough where we don't zone, and basically what you're doing is zoning a property to try to avoid the kind of conflicts that we deal with all the time with these things, and that we avoid doing that. So I don't know, that's just kind of struck me as funny.
Deputy Mayor?
We classify properties, whether it's for fire stations, schools, and this would be for a gun range. I'm not sure why Joe had put 55 acres down. In theory, I mean, you would think just a couple acres would be fine, going straight into a hill. And I would like to postpone this until April 7th.
I thought we were. Okay.
And have Joe relook at that, whether it was the amount of gravel that needed to upgrade the road, but I will ask to postpone this till April 7th.
Okay, so we still have an amendment to postpone. Assemblyperson McKee?
I thought we already decided not to postpone it, that we were going to take a vote on it
Well,
now.
it was my understanding that he had withdrawn that motion and nobody had any objection, but now the motion is back on the floor.
Oh, I see.
So now the discussion is on the amendment to postpone until, what was it, April 7th. Okay, so now just a discussion on the motion to postpone. Assemblyperson Sumner.
The only comment I would have on the postponement to April 7th is if assembly members wanted to go out and take a look at this site themselves, that's kind of probably into breakup. Maybe we should extend it into the summer if we wanted to get out there in a 4x4 rig instead of a snow machine. I don't know. That's just my thought. I mean, I actually intend on going out here and taking a look at this place, but maybe we should do it in the summer. I think I would. So I'll make a secondary amendment to postpone it for 3 months. 4 months. Propose a date, Lonnie? And I have been up Zero Lake Road before, but I haven't looked at this specific spot.
So you got June 2nd or June 16th?
June 2nd.
June 2nd.
So we're striking 4-7 and inserting 6-2.
Okay, Assemblyperson McKee, do you want to speak to the amendments?
The one that Max just made.
Now, the amendment, you're
June 2nd.
speaking to the secondary
Okay.
amendment, which is now on June 2nd.
I object to any postponement of it because all these people who drug themselves out here tonight, and without exception, not one, if we're the government of the people, by the people, and for the people, there's some people right out there and they've been here all night. And I have been through what you've been through, and I carried petitions for months. And every time a chainsaw went, I said, oh dear God, and I'd get up and run and see what happened. So I know what you're going through. My heart is with you. I just don't think we need to put them through this. Ron did a lot of good research on this thing. And I don't know what else there is to be found. I'll take a trip out there to have a picnic. It sounds like a great place. But I don't want to put you guys through this, and I think it's wrong for us to single-handedly just, everybody says, yeah, we need a shooting range. I agree. I got one in my backyard. But not there. Somebody, in fact, what was it, Jeff Morgan? It's not a bad idea. It's just a bad location. That's kind of the long and the short of it. And that's where I stand.
We got to talk just about the date, June 2nd.
Okay, I object to June 2nd.
Okay. Councilman or Assemblyperson Bowles, and then I'll come
Thank you,
back
Madam
to
Mayor. So I object to the postponement, just based on the property owners are here that are adjacent to the property. So the people that actually live there have shown up tonight and told us what they want. So here's the residents that live in that area. Second, we apparently have multiple spots. We have multiple spots, and if some of those spots don't butt up against private property, why don't we just pursue those spots? That just makes sense to me. Why would we waste time and effort pursuing a spot that butts up against private property? I think we need to move on and look at these other spots, and then move forward on one of these other spots that doesn't butt up against private property and get another shooting range out here. Thank you.
Assemblyperson Sumner, no, okay. So I believe there must be objection to the secondary amendment that would go till June 2nd, hopefully 2026.
Yes. I can get the members in the room to go ahead and vote on striking 4-7 and inserting 6-2.
Well, we're talking about 20 years down here, you guys, so.
Madam Mayor, that did pass with Assemblymember McKee, Bowles, and Nowers opposed. So
Okay.
now we are on the postponement to 6-2.
Okay, so now we're on the postponement till June 2nd. Yes, Assemblyperson Nowers.
I'm going to oppose that for the same reasons that Assemblymember Bowles said, and also Assemblymember McKee. It's a lot to come down here and testify and to be left in limbo. I think we could come back and look at those other properties and put this one to bed for now.
Assemblyperson Sumner, did you have a comment?
Yeah, I just was going to point out that we do have these folks, and I do respect their opinions, and I've heard all of them, but we also have 100,000 plus other residents that want shooting ranges, and no one wants them in their backyards. So we should respect that and give them their voice too, and take I plan on going out here and physically looking at this place.
Okay, do we have an objection?
The other 5 locations were all in Talkeetna. If that would help sway your thoughts there. But I think the smaller footprint would be my main goal. And like I said, this is way in the future.
Stephanie, you have your light on, is that, that's okay. Okay, Assemblyperson McKee?
It could be way in the future, or it could be next week. Once you classify, kid you not, because
We're
they said
just
to us, well, you don't
on
have to worry
six-
about this
we're
for another
on
10 years.
6-2.
Yeah, I am, whichever one, but
Throw it around it.
I'm sorry? I'm just saying, I'm, if you're wanting to know why I'm voting not having it on June 2nd or July the 4th or whatever, I love all the homework you did, but I just think, take that and put it somewhere else. And it's not a NIMBY thing here. This is not just NIMBY. This is where the people live and recreate and all that. And for them to wait and wait and wait and wait, just to tell you, when they told us it probably won't happen for another 20 years, guess what? It's there. It's called the ranch subdivision.
So, okay, so we're ready to, Bill Gamble, did you come him down? No, I'm sorry. Assemblyperson Bowl.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. All right, my final shot at this. I understand NIMBY. I get it, but this would literally be in their backyard. So I'm thinking about the ranges. Maud is not in anybody's backyard. Jonesville, it will not be in anybody's backyard. It's miles away from the closest house. 1.4 miles, I believe, if I remember the chart. Palmer Range is indoors, but it's still half a mile away from somebody's home. I can't think of one range in the borough that's literally adjacent to somebody's private property. So, again, I don't know if postponing this does any good other than making these residents here have to think about this longer. And so let's say this does pass, then they're there working on their properties, and then let's say in 5 years another assembly is here and they decide to move on this. I just think that we have so much land. We have so much land, and there's so much space that we can put a range, and we really should consider where the ranges are lining up in reference to people's property. So for that, I will be a no vote on the postponement. Thank you.
Okay. Alrighty, so Madam Clerk, oh, I'm sorry. Well, Bill does have his hand up this time.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, I wanted to hear what Michael had to say. I'm going to support the postponement only because I want to get some more information. And I appreciate that everybody came out here tonight and I heard you loud and clear. But I have some questions from staff that I want to get answered, and I don't think I can get them tonight. So I'm going to support the postponement. Thank you.
Mhm. Okay, I think the clerk would like all of you to vote.
Madam Mayor, the postponement to June 2nd passed with Assemblymember McKee, Bowles, and Nowers opposed.
Okay. So now you have before you ordinance 26-016. And it's postponed, so till the 2nd of June. Okay. Madam Clerk?
Sorry, Madam Mayor.
That's okay, no problem.
Ordinance 26018, an ordinance to issue area-wide general obligation bonds in an amount not to exceed $80,013,700 in one or more series to finance A, the acquisition, design, construction, major renovation, and renewal of educational and related capital improvement projects in the Matanuska-Susitna Borough. B, the construction, additions, improvements, betterments, repair, reconstruction, or acquisition of public roads and pathways and facilities related thereto in the Matanuska-Susitna Borough, together with all necessary equipment and transportation facilities, including improving school access and the acquisition of lands or rights in lands in connection therewith, and C, the refunding of certain outstanding general obligation bonds of the Matanuska-Susitna Borough, fixing certain details of such bonds and authorizing their sale. If you're on the phone and would like to speak to this, press *3.
Okay, I'm going to open the public hearing on ordinance 26-018. We do not have a sign-up sheet. Anyone that would like to testify on this ordinance? Do we have anybody online? We do not. Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing. And let's see, Deputy Mayor.
I move to adopt ordinance 26-018.
Okay, discussion by the Assembly. Assembly person hours.
Madam Mayor, I just wonder if we could have a quick staff report as far as this is up to $80 million and just maybe some indications of how much we might issue this year, next year, year after that.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Through the mayor to Assemblymember Nowers, Cheyenne Heindel, Finance Director. This is up to $80 million. It may be less because of the refunding, because we have to show savings on every series of those bonds. Not significantly less, maybe $16,000. But these bonds will all be issued if this passes in March.
Okay, and then I think I saw the estimate, this will add about 5 million or up to 5 million roughly in debt service per year.
Through the mayor to Assemblymember Nowers, yes, that will be about what it is.
Okay, and then what's the timeline for spend? This is maybe a question for the manager for that 80 million or maybe, yeah.
Okay, so we are issuing these as a series of taxable and non-taxable bonds. The non-taxable bonds, which is the school building, has to be constructed within 3 years. So 90% of that has to be spent within 3 years. I think the timeline on this building of the school is much faster than that. And then the taxable bonds, which are for the roads, there is no time limit on the spend other than we do have to have a actual capital project completed as we spend those. And I'm sure Tom Adams and his crew of Public Works could give you a better spend down on those and when projects will be completed.
I'm just kind of wondering, so we'll see the school improvements, so people in the valley will see the improvements in the schools within 3 years or sooner. And then with the roads, are we on maybe the same timeline? We would see a lot of this money spent in the next 3 years. It's not going to be sitting, we're paying interest on it, I guess is my question, if that makes sense.
I believe the intent is not to have it sitting. They do want to get these projects done.
Yeah. Are we getting the north-south from Tom or?
I believe so.
So through the mayor to Ms. Nowers, we provided a schedule, tip 21, 23, 24. It was an update about a month or so ago, wasn't it? We can resend that. That's the schedule. I mean, some of these projects that Tom spent a fair amount of time on, one of the others, Texile, and there are others that are going to be driven by right-of-way acquisition. That's what's going to determine when they go to construction. Because we're through the easier ones and now onto the hard ones where there's a fair amount of right-of-way acquisition. So we sat down, looked at it, and decided it probably wasn't in our best interest to have another sale next year because of the time and the fees, the issuance fees. It's usually around $500,000. And so we didn't think that was a good way to do it. So we decided to make this the last sale for the last package, or the last two packages of education and transportation. So this will exhaust all of tip 24 and the 3 charters, if I understand it correctly, right?
Through the mayor to the manager, yes, this will exhaust all of tip 24. Any of the projects I believe that we are still working on the tip 21, and the one project that we have matched for on tip 23.
Okay, thank you. I've seen these road projects get delayed for reasons like the right of way. So I was kind of curious about that. And it makes sense that we would do it all at once because we pay less overall to do it rather than breaking it up over a couple of years, even if some of the road projects get slowed down for other reasons. So thank you.
And so through the mayor, just so you understand, this is the last bond issuance that we have in the pipeline. There's nothing behind this afterwards, right? So this would close out what we have that has been on a ballot and approved by voters.
Deputy Mayor, you have comment? Okay. Already, is there any objection to passing ordinance 26-018? Okay, I don't see any object. Oh, I'm sorry. You object? Oh, okay.
So thank you, Madam Mayor. So if I could ask the borough manager, so on page 11, it states the Angstrom North extension to Texile. To be clear, that's talking about the Bogart extension, right? Between the either the north extension that'll tie in or the south extension, right?
So through the mayor, there's a couple of projects that relate to Angstrom. One is the Angstrom North, which is to Texile, and then there's Angstrom East to Trunk Road.
Okay.
In March, we will talk to you about the Angstrom Trunk Connector Study. Tom Adams or whoever he designates will come up and talk about that route. You heard some public testimony from North Lakes tonight about that. The Angstrom North is a separate project that connects Angstrom into Texas.
So that's not an extension of the Angstrom North to Trunk project. So that's not funding part of that project.
No.
Okay.
Okay, any objection to passing ordinance 26-018? Okay, I don't see any objection, so legislation passes.
Ordinance 2619, an ordinance repealing MSB 110-265, animal control in its entirety, and adopting MSB 110-141, animal control, to establish area-wide authority for animal care control services within the borough to include the cities of Palmer, Wasilla, and Houston. If you're on the phone and want to speak to this, press *3.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing on ordinance 26-019. Is anyone would like to testify on that ordinance? Okay, do we have anybody online, sir? We do not? One last time. Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing. And Deputy Mayor.
I move to adopt ordinance 26-019.
Okay. Is there
Request
any-
a staff's report.
Sure. Okay.
Through the mayor, I'll just do a very quick one. We do have staff that can go into an inordinate amount of detail because we've been through this for several months since we met in August, last strategic planning last year in 2025. The direction was to move forward, go back to the 3 cities, and all 3 city councils approved resolutions to request the borough assembly take this on as an area-wide function. So the decision tonight would give me the direction I need to figure out how to prep the budget. because what we would do in fiscal year 27, which is July 1st, 2026, we would have this as an area-wide function in the budget, and it would be moved out of non-area-wide. And then it would be a service we provide like we do any other area-wide service within the cities. In full disclosure, the plan right now would be to add one animal control enforcement officer because they would have to pick up all the cases that currently exist in the cities, right? And so that's what we would prep in the budget. That's what you would see when we roll that out in April if this is approved tonight.
So do we get reimbursed by the cities then?
So currently we have contracts for sheltering with all three cities, but we do not do enforcement functions. So in Houston, I think the fire chief does it. In Palmer and Wasilla, the police department does it. Or correction, I think they have a code enforcement officer in Wasilla, and then the PD does it in Palmer. And I think what they're recognizing is they aren't necessarily trained or equipped to do that function, and that's why they've come to us. This was something the cities came to us and asked for. This is not something we went out and were looking for. But when they brought that forward, we brought it to you. Your direction was go to the cities and have the city councils take a formal action on this through their own public process. That has occurred over the past several months.
Assemblyperson Sumner.
Yeah, just for clarification, I kind of, did some rough math, and it's going to, because it's going to be reduced off the non-area wide and added to the area wide, the effect is it's going to be actual, spreading the burden over those new residents in the cities. It's going to be an overall reduction, slight reduction, very slight reduction in the tax bill for the rest of the residents. And then the benefit to the residents in the cities is that now they have, cohesive animal control, and their cops or their code enforcement, personnel stretch further. So maybe that's, that much longer until they have to hire more code enforcement or another officer because they no longer have to go catch cats and dogs with their cops.
Okay, Assemblyperson Bowles? Did you? No? Okay. Ready? Is there any objection to ordinance 26-019? Okay, no objection, then the ordinance 26-019 has passed. Madam Clerk.
Ordinance 2620, an ordinance establishing an exemption to weight restrictions on borough roads. With accompanying resolution 2610, a resolution establishing a fee for processing requests for an exemption to weight restrictions on borough roads. If you're on the phone and would like to speak to this, press star 3.
I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing on ordinance 26-020. Does anybody would like to testify on? Yes. Come, Terry.
Madam Mayor,
Good evening, sir.
Attorney, Clerk.
State your name.
Terry Gorlick, I'm sorry. I was given this ordinance the other day at the TAB meeting and requested to bring it forward as the TAB representative for the big board of the RSA. And I would like to be able to accomplish that before it passes. And I'd like you folks to consider just postponing it for just allowing the big board, which is this Thursday, to look at it. Our individual RSA in 21 is farther out than I would ask you to even evaluate. It's, a couple, we're every other month. But I think the big board should probably have an opportunity to take a look at it. I know that their concern would be how wide open this is to gravel trucks and whatnot. I think for emergency vehicles, like I had heard it was originally designed for well drilling trucks to be able to get into residents that needed it and that sort of thing. So there might be some types of restrictions that want to be put on, and possibly their concern is that if gravel trucks do use that the weight, that they would go overweight, and the cost of only being $1,000 they might decide, oh, I can pay that $1,000 and fee to be overweight or whatever however that case may be. So I think there's going to be I think the big board would want to think about it. I'm speaking a little out of turn, other than I'm just thinking that I was asked to bring it to their attention. So I was asked at the TAB meeting to stand here and do this, so, so they can read it. So I don't mean to ask anything other, but then a stall for a very short amount of time so that they who are the advisory board to this assembly have a chance to take a look at it. Because it was the first time I had seen it when they handed it to me at the tab board. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Anyone else who would like to testify on 26-020? Okay, do we have anybody online? Nobody online? Okay. I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing, and Assemblyperson McKee.
I'd actually like to defer to Assemblymember Funoff because the way he we
Can I
talked
move
about
it
it, he's
then?
much better at it than I am.
Can I move it then?
Well, somebody needs to move it.
Can I move it? I
So
said.
who's moving it?
I'll move it. I move ordinance 26020.
Okay, thank you.
All right,
Now,
and if I may
discussion.
speak on it now. All right. Okay, so I'm gonna let all of you you gave everybody an amendment, right? So, basically, most of the stuff that was, brought up and what we need to, this doesn't need to be a waterfront setback issue type of thing. This is very simple. I will go over, so I will propose the amendment, but I will give the brief, summary of what we are trying to accomplish. For several months, depends on each year, but let's say 1.5 to 2 months, we put restrictions on the roads where they're thawing out, and Borough placed a 50% limit on them. And it's more of an honor system, I should say that. And I think honest people respect that, and the other people, they do whatever they want anyways. So what I've been working on this for a while to see how we could accommodate people who want to do the right thing, and they need to feed their families and still be able to get work done during those times. And if you'll read the amendment, and I'll move it here in a second, this will only be this will be designed only for a vehicle that non-divisible vehicles. So basically, we'll have a well driller truck, a piece of equipment that needs to get somebody water or a septic fixed, a dozer or a compactor to fix something. This will not apply to concrete trucks, to gravel trucks, because they can actually take less of a load when they're moving. But when you have a piece of equipment that you need to install a septic, you can't divide an excavator, split it in half, or cut it with a torch. It doesn't work like that. So this is going to be kind of like a one-way trip setup that we're going to try it to see, and hopefully people, honest people, will just go ahead and pay the permit fee, not permit, but just registration, so that they can move a piece of equipment, and we capitalize a little bit on the revenue side of it. And also want to compare that just a comparison. These type of equipment that is going to be used for that, whether it's a drilling of the well or an excavator or a dozer, they are not often, they're not where they make multiple trips in one day. They deliver them, they drop them off, and sometimes it works there for a week, 2 weeks, or whatever that takes. And then they get another permit and they move it away. To just compare to equivalents, so that you are understanding, a school bus worth of kids that drives every day during on those same roads kind of has about same amount of weight, but we're kind of exempting them. Same thing goes for the fire trucks, and there's so more or garbage trucks that they use it on regular basis without getting any of these permits. This is going to be specifically for pieces of equipment that cannot be split into 2 or 3 pieces. So, Lonnie, if I could have you read this thing that we're adding in there, and so that the amendment is clear and on the record.
Assemblymember Phaneuf moves to amend ordinance 2620 to add application requirements, a per day limit and definition, specifically by changing 1 time per day to 1 round trip per day in subsection B of MSB 11810, and by adding sections 11825, 11840 with language as follows. B, when the manager has restricted the use of public right-of-ways, the manager may authorize a vehicle operated to exceed weight limit restrictions one round trip per day upon payment of a fee. The fee for the exemption shall be set by the Assembly. 11.825, road weight restrictions. A, the section establishes a process to allow limited exemptions from road weight restrictions for the transportation of non-divisible equipment. B, an application for exemption from the road weight restriction shall be filed on a form provided by the borough. The application shall include 1, appropriate filing fee as established by Assembly, 2, date of travel, 3, information identifying the subject vehicle, including the make, model, color, and license plate number, and 4, information identifying the vehicle load or equipment which is non-divisible. 11.840, definitions. A, for the purpose of this chapter, the following definitions shall apply unless the context clearly indicates or requires a different meaning. Non-divisible equipment means a vehicle, load, or piece of machinery that cannot be readily dismantled, reduced, or separated into smaller components to comply with applicable road weight limit, road weight limits without 1, compromising the structural integrity or the intended operation of the load or equipment, or 2, requiring more than 8 hours to dismantle using appropriate tools and equipment.
Thank you. So, and I'll just add, currently during those times, equipment does get moved. Unfortunately, it gets moved after hours on the weekends and in not a very safe way. So, and that's not, I'd much rather have a path where people could do it the right way. So I hope you support me on this amendment and on this piece of legislation altogether.
Before we go any further, Deputy Mayor, would you ask to extend the meeting?
I move to extend the meeting till 11 o'clock.
Okay, is there any objection? Okay, well, let me see if there's objection on extending the meeting first.
I do not object.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, now I'll recognize you for your comment. Okay, go ahead on this amendment.
I like this amendment. I would just add a secondary amendment, number 5 under B, to also ask for the route of travel. That seems like that would be good information to have to see which roads we're going to be putting the extra weight on.
Hey, Madam Clerk, do you have the wording?
If I can make a recommendation, Assemblymember Nowers, on number 2, you say it could say date of travel and route of travel.
I am okay with that.
Okay, so now you have a secondary amendment to add what, number 5, I guess? Right.
It's under B2. It would now
Okay.
read date of travel and route of travel.
Okay.
I would recommend to say address starting and finish address. I think that's more appropriate because route is a there's traffic, there's several things, but if we have a starting point and delivering point, the 2 location between it, I think that might be the way I think it's on, because with certain equipment when you move, you got to take certain road in order to unload it to back up. So I think that would be a more appropriate way if you're on the operating side of things.
Is that agreeable to you, or you want to stay to the date and route?
Well, we're on a secondary amendment, right?
Right.
So
But he wants to remove the word route, right, and change it differently.
So wait to hear what Bill has to say and then weigh in.
Well, we have to decide on the secondary
I
amendment.
think
though.
she's made it, you've accepted it. I think that's what we're on.
Oh, okay, alrighty. So we're not changing the route thing then, no, okay. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Assemblyperson Campbell.
I like the idea of having the route of travel so you actually can see how they're going to get from point A to point B. But I would like to see on the permit the starting address and the finishing address also. Just my thought. So I actually do like the route being published on the permit, how they're going to get there.
Okay. Okay, Assemblyperson Sumner.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have an objection to either of the amendments. I just wanted to add that, state roads, like the Parks Highway is always 100%, never is restricted. That's because we're moving commerce on on the Parks Highway. A lot of state roads, when they are restricted, they're restricted down to 75%. They're paved, they're a higher quality road than a lot of our borough subdivision roads. So I would say that just an aside or direction to the manager, if no one objects, that we should strongly urge people to use state roads on their routes, not borough roads. Borough roads for as little travel as possible.
Okay, further discussion on the secondary amendment? Is there any objection? Okay, you objecting to your amendment?
Yeah, I'd still like to see A and B point because of the, so I'll object it and I'll propose the way I think it will be more practical, and then we will add address A and B, so, because that's what I want to see.
Objecting. If I can get the members to go ahead and vote on the secondary amendment. Sumner and McKee. Madam Mayor, it has failed with Assemblymember Gamble, Bowles, and Nowers in support.
Okay. Now we're back to the primary amendment, which is,
I'd like to make an amendment adding, we'll move, I guess we can add the 3, after date of travel, it should be starting and point and finish point, I guess. What would be the proper term to verbalize that? You have a suggestion, Lonnie?
I just have a question. If you don't mind,
Okay, good.
Assemblymember Fonoff, if you have a starting point and an end point, isn't that just a round trip?
That's how
Is that
this.
what is that your intent? Or are you saying you want it where they're coming from and where they're going?
I don't want
to?
it to be a blanket without anything, and that's what I had envisioned, that there was a point A and point B, and round trip means that, like, if they complete a job in a day, they do get to drive back in a day. That's how this was intended. I'm just looking for, make sure it's worded correctly. Maybe an attorney
If I
can help.
could, if you don't mind, Assemblymember Fonoff, date of travel and starting point and where traveling to.
That sounds good to me.
Okay.
yeah, Assemblyperson Bowles.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. So if we could just clarify the amendments before we vote. I agreed with Assemblymember Fonoff, and I thought that I was voting on and to agree with Assemblymember Fonoff. Yeah, and so I was confused on that, and because I think if we could just read what we're voting on verbatim prior to the vote, because there's multiple things being changed, I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay.
So we're on the secondary
we're
amendment
on the
to
second-
modify this thing, which is in front of you, is to add.
Mr. Bowles, that's a lot for her to read again. Maybe she could just
Yeah,
show you
not the
strike.
whole amendment, sir.
Just a secondary
The
one.
Written amendment you have in front of you. Yeah. So you want her to read the whole written
No,
amendment in
secondary.
front of you?
Hold on, give me a second. I haven't even been able to write it all down yet. So the amendment that we are on right now is a secondary amendment made by Assemblymember Fonoff to A2 that will now read date of travel and starting point and where traveling to.
Okay, so that's the motion before you right now. Is there objection to that amendment? Okay, don't see any. All right. So now we're back to, I'll let you
Primary.
finish.
No,
Yeah.
you're good.
Yeah, the primary amendment. Is there objection to the primary amendment? Don't see any objection. Okay. Now we're back then to the main motion as amended. Is there any objection to that? Yes, Assemblyperson Nowers.
I might have some questions for staff on this. So, I know we received a email from Stafford Glashan that said that a study out of Ottawa, Illinois found 50% of the damage to roads is when they are in this breakup phase. And that was on a study done on roads that were constructed to a better standard than ours. So the question for staff is, I mean, we may not have any specific data, but is the experience that staff has that would agree with that statement? Yeah. Is that a fair statement in your opinion, that a amount of the damage is from? I'm just trying to get a sense of what we're allowing here and what we're potentially incurring on our roads. So I'm not asking you to speak for the study, but just in your experience, is that true that there's kind of an outsized proportional impact on roads if you put heavier loads on them during breakup?
Go ahead, sir.
Through the mayor, Tom Adams, Public Works Director, Mrs. Nowers. So I apologize. I did not read the entire package of information that was submitted by Mr. Glashan, but I can acknowledge that Mr. Glashan is a professional engineer with a geotechnical background and many years of experience working in the Matsu Valley. So when he provides information like that, you know, I rely on his professional judgment that, you know, it's supported by good data. That's a roundabout way for saying I don't know exactly what all those documents said, but, you know, I rely on his good judgment.
Okay. And
your mic is on.
I'm sorry. So the other thing is, this might not be so much a question for you. I'm just thinking about it at a minute. If we let people drive on the borough roads, it's pretty hard to go on borough roads and not hit a state road. So if we give an exemption, and you said the state goes to a 75% limit.
Some state roads. I mean, Tom would know more about that than me.
The states ever go lower than 75% during the breakup season?
So through the mayor through Ms. Nowers. Yes, they do. I mean, the state they collect data. You know, they have thermistors in their road that allow them to measure the temperature of the soil profile, soil content, moisture content, and they use that information to really drive, you know, what the condition of their roadways are to handle to loads. And so if they find that, you know, specific weights are not, or specific roads are unable to handle axle loads, they will drive those percentages down greater than 75%, maybe to 50%. We don't have that information, you know, across our gravel roads and across our paved roads. You know, we really do rely on some of the information in proximity to our roads that the state uses. We coordinate with them annually about, you know, their imposition of weight restrictions and the timing of such, and you know, also relaxing those in the back end.
Okay, so I know we don't have any, you know, we let people go over the limit. We don't have a amount they could go over in this. So we could potentially be permitting a person to drive a route and then being out of compliance with state roads. So I'm concerned about that. That's not really a question. And then the other thing is, if it does do damage to the borough roads, who's going to pay to fix them?
There, some member hours. The proposed ordinance does not address, you know, the responsibility or liability for any damages incurred through a properly issued permit. And so if they were to occur, our only recourse is to use RSA funds to repair the damage.
So the sponsors, the taxpayers, right, are going to pay if we're blowing up a road that's not in good shape and we're putting more loads on it. It's the taxpayer, right? The RSA that's going to pay to fix it, not the person driving on it.
I'll answer. If you theoretically want to go that, are we having school buses pay for all of our tours up? Because they do that several times in one day. We don't get anything from that, or even fire trucks. So yeah, there's going to be general maintenance, and this is not intended, the way it's structured, to have a multiple trips. It's not to move gravel where you can take less of the load. This is specific to indivisible vehicles, and that there's a very narrow category that will qualify for that. So I don't see that. And that whole idea was to capture the fee now instead of not having anything coming in. At least we have something that we could utilize and address maybe those roads. I'm sure if Tom Adams sees $25,000 extra come in, and he'd find a way to use it properly.
I guess I'm looking at that study again. It says one big truck is the equivalent of like 9,000 small vehicles. So like we have people who are doing it, who are ignoring the law, and that's not good. But adding to that isn't good in term. And again, who pays? Like it's going to be the taxpayer that's going to have to pay for that damage.
Not adding. We're going to enforce it, give them fine, or get some money for it. That's the difference.
I guess the person who's not paying, like right now, who's doing it illegally, is going to
I'll
keep
be the
doing
first
it,
one.
and then
I'll be
you're
the first
just
one to be calling them in now. But if there's a path there was for them to actually obtain it, the right way of doing it.
okay. Well, I'd like to think about a couple amendments, but there's a couple of. I think we got to have something in there that keeps you in compliance. If your route's gonna take you over a state road, that you've got to be in compliance. You've got to have a state permit to be over that limit, or else we're encouraging people to drive over limit on state road. We know what's happening right now, but then we would be kind of complicit by saying we're giving you a permit to drive over limit on our borough roads. So I guess my amendment is to add a number 5 that would say if the weight requested exceeds state road limits and the route requires driving on a state road, there needs to be evidence of state approval. And I guess I'm getting at, just to speak to that briefly, to the whole thing, like right now, I assume if somebody has an emergency septic, the manager can make an exception or a public safety thing. So that totally makes sense to me. But this kind of opens the door to more than that. And people kind of know that this season is going to happen. So you can so we just want to give the exceptions to the people who really need it, like emergency situation, not somebody who just, didn't plan ahead. So, but I think we need to take care to not, and on this amendment, to empower something that encourages people to break the state limits that exist.
Assemblyperson Sumner, go ahead.
Yeah, I actually know Stafford Glashan personally, has a continuing email conversation with him about this topic. I'm not going to speak for what his opinion is about. I mean, I think he slightly changed his opinion after him and I talked about it. But I mean, he is absolutely correct that the most damage to the roads occurs during breakup, which is why we have weight restrictions in the first place. But I mean, I think we can probably talk about the elephant in the room is that we have a lot of ordinances that have no teeth. They're paper tigers. This is one of them. I'm in the industry. I see it happen all the time. I've seen roads disintegrated by people hauling half loads in their dump trucks 1 million times, and we don't have a fine for that. We don't have any enforcement. What I like about this ordinance is it does create a fine, and properly administered. If we put the word out to the gravel pits, we put the word out to the excavation operators that hey, there's a fine, but there's also a way to move your equipment so you can still conduct business. I think we may actually have a decrease in the damage to the road and a revenue source to repair road damages. But I mean, right now it's happening. I know there are people who are moving the equipment. They move it at night. They're scofflaws, right? So this ordinance is only rewarding the scofflaws while it is damaging the business of people, upstanding citizens. So why wouldn't we want to fix that? I think that properly administered, this could be a benefit to the community. Especially since it only applies to invisible equipment with this new amendment.
Okay, so the discussion now is just on the amendment. Did both of you, Assemblyperson Gamble, did you want to discuss the amendment?
Yep. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to propose a secondary amendment. I'd like to postpone this until date certain, March 3rd, and send it to the big RSA board for their meeting this Thursday and get their input.
Okay, so now the discussion is on the motion to postpone to what
March
date?
3rd.
March 3rd. So now the discussion is on postponement until March 3rd. Anybody want to discuss that?
Adequately
there any-
notice the big board's agenda to include this discussion.
Don't know when their meeting is. I have no idea.
It's this Thursday.
There's no notice.
I don't know what the big board's agendas look like. You'd have to show me a big board agenda to see if this topic could be discussed. I have no idea.
I guess it's more of a question as far as the board's requirement to advertise a topic of discussion publicly, just like on any other.
I don't know if they have they might have something on their agenda that gives a big, broad discussion item. I don't know. I don't look at their agendas. I'd have to look.
Can I?
Assemblyperson Pana.
I think we're weeding out with amendments that completely irrelevant. I would say, let's pass this and then we can get their input. And if we find something valuable that they will bring to a table, we'll make those corrections. Meanwhile, I don't know how long it'll take them to get on the agenda where their next meeting is, but I will take that input. I'll be the first one to say, if we can implement to perfect this thing even more, I find this as a pilot program, and then we'll see if how it turns out. And because the longer we drag out of this, the kind of we missing the opportunity, and we're continue promoting almost people to break the laws and not capturing any revenues on this. So that's my reason for not supporting the amendment or the postponement.
Okay, so the amendment before you is to postpone. Is there objection? We do have objection, so. Do you need the amendment read, Assemblyperson Bowles? So,
If I can get the members to go ahead and vote on postponing to 3-3. Madam Mayor, it's failed with Assemblymember Gamble and Nowers in support.
okay,
Now we are back to the primary amendment.
okay. Assemblyperson Bowles, go ahead.
So, yeah, so to speak to the amendment, thank you, Madam Mayor. I absolutely disagree with involving the state in our activities. We're more than capable to regulate ourselves. We have capable staff. We have capable assembly. So I am in strong opposition to that. Thank you.
For the discussion, let's see, I don't know who had their hand up first here. Go ahead. Okay, Assemblyperson Summer, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say this is mostly applicable to DOT operators, right? People that have CDLs and DOT license numbers. So if they don't know what the state laws are, they shouldn't be on the road anyway. I mean, just because we're giving them a pass on borough roads does not mean they have carte blanche to state roads, and they should very well know that. I really don't see the point of this amendment.
Okay, Assemblyperson Nowers.
Just to maybe clarify for Mr. Bowles, what I'm saying is that if the person comes to us and they want an exemption for the borough roads, they just need to show us that they're over the state limit. They just need to show us that they have the permit from the state. Because otherwise we're just, like, there is no way you can drive a route without running across a state road. So otherwise we're just kind of encouraging, we're not doing, I'm not involving the state. I'm just saying if they're gonna cross a state road, they need to show us that they've got permission to do that at the weight they're at.
Okay, further discussion, Assemblyperson Bowles, go ahead.
So yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. So they get permission by getting their CDL and being approved to operate on state roads. They're properly trained, they're professionals, and we need to not hinder them. So I'm still in opposition.
Just to clarify, I think they need, if they're over the state limit, they need an exemption from the state. So if the state is like, you're at 50% weight, I guess can clarify with somebody who's more of an expert than me on that, but I believe you need to get a state permit. You don't just have a CDL.
Ms. Nowers, do you have a CDL? My question.
She was talking. They shouldn't.
Madam Mayor, I call the question.
I agree.
Okay. Is there objection to calling the question? I don't hear any objection, ma'am, so.
If I can get the members to go ahead and vote on the primary amendment. Assemblymember Gamble, can I get you to press it again? Thank you, sir. It failed with Assemblyman Hours in support. You're on the main motion.
So the main motion for ordinance 26-020 and resolution 26-010 is amended. Assemblyperson Bowles.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I call for the question.
Okay, is there any objection to calling the question? We have.
If I can get the members in the room to go ahead and vote on calling for the question.
Yes, closes the debate.
Correct. Madam Mayor, it passed with Assemblymember Nowers opposed.
Okay. So we are back to the main motion as amended. Objection to the main motion as objected. As amended, not objected. Sorry. Huh? Okay. Is there objection to the main motion as amended?
I can get the members in the room to go ahead and vote on the main motion. Madam Mayor, it passed with Assemblymember Nowers opposed.
Okay.
Okay. Resolution 26009, a resolution supporting a payment in lieu of taxes for the pipeline infrastructure of the Alaska Natural Gas Project. If you're on the phone and would like to speak to this, press star 3.
Okay, I'm going to open the public hearing on resolution 26-009. Anybody that would like to testify on this resolution? Okay, I don't see anybody, nobody online either. Nobody online, okay. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and close the public hearing, and let's see, Deputy Mayor.
I move to adopt resolution 26-009.
Okay, and I believe that we have two amendments. They need to be taken separately, ma'am. Okay.
One's for Sumner and one's from Fermier.
Okay. Assemblyperson Sumner, you want to move your amendment, please?
I move to amend the resolution serial number 26-009 as follows. Number 1, by inserting the following additional whereas clauses. Whereas under current law, the physical value of the pipeline within the Matanuska-Susitna Borough will be counted in the determination of the full and true value of all taxable property within the Matanuska-Susitna Borough. And whereas this total number has a large impact on the Matanuska-Susitna Borough because the required local contribution, RLC, to the school district is 2.65 mils multiplied by the full and true value of all taxable property in the borough. And whereas while a bill provides certainty for all, if the value of the pipeline is included in the full and true value of all property, it will dramatically raise the RLC without a corresponding increase in revenue sufficient to pay the increase in the RLC while also providing funding to the borough to address other impacts of the pipeline. And whereas if a PILT is enacted, it must also specify that the value of the pipeline is not to be included in the property be calculated by AS 14.17.410B2 and AS 14.17.510. By inserting another be it further resolved clause to read, be it further resolved, the support for a payment in lieu of taxes is conditional upon also enacting a provision of law that the value of the pipeline is not to be included in the property to be calculated by AS 14.17.410B2 and AS 14.17.510.
Okay, so the amendments on the floor.
I'd like to offer a secondary amendment.
Only
No.
if it's amending this one.
Discussion, any objection to amendment number 1 or the primary amendment? Okay, no objection, then that passes. Now Deputy Mayor.
I move to amend the resolution serial number 26-009 as follows. Number 1, by inserting the following additional whereas clause, whereas the intent of establishing a threshold for a payment in lieu of taxes is intended to avoid taxing in-state gas if and until gas exports begin, and whereas South Central Alaska consumes approximately 60 billion cubic feet BCFs annually, and the state has discussed a 1 BCF per day threshold for payments. And whereas the current proposal assumes that payments in lieu of taxes are split with state of Alaska, and the state is seeking tax reform to lower project costs. And by inserting two "be it further resolved" clauses to read, "Be it further resolved, a payment in lieu of taxes should apply once throughout throughput exceeds 250 million cubic feet (MMCF) per day, and regardless of throughput, payments should apply to all throughput volume after 10 years following completion of pipeline." And be it further resolved, the Assembly supports eliminating all payments in lieu of tax costs shared with the state of Alaska, leaving the full payment in organized boroughs to the local municipality, period.
Okay, discussion about the amendment. Any objection to the amendment? Seeing and hearing none, then we're back to the main motion of RS 26-009 as amended. Discussion? Any objection? Seeing and hearing none, then Resolution 26-009 has passed. Madam Clerk.
Consent agenda, Resolution 2614, a resolution amending the title and scope of work for a project to construct a northeastern borough communication tower, AM 2612.
I'm sorry, we should have done.
Oh, I guess we should do audience participation. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
Right, I'm sorry too. So, anyway, we are to the point on the agenda for the second audience participation. So if you did not partake in the first audience participation, you may speak to us now on any subject, whether it's on the agenda or not. Any audience wants to participate? Do we have anybody online? We do not. Okay, I'll close audience participation, and there you go, lady.
Okay, and I'll start again. Resolution 2614, a resolution amending the title and scope of work for a project to construct a northeastern borough communication tower. AM 2612 awarded bid number 2699B to Big Dipper Construction for the contract amount of $1,956,942, to construct Station 62 training complex improvements for confined space and structural simulation. You might not trust me to read tonight. Sorry, guys. AM 2613, approval of contract extension for Orion Construction, contract number 2550B for solid waste facility entrance improvements, and extending the contract completion date from March 31st, 2026 to June 30th, 2026. AM 2614, approval of contract extension for Wolf Architecture, contract number 2471P for Gateway Visitor Center Professional Services, and extending the contract completion date from March 31st, 2026 to June 30th, 2026. And AM 2615, award of proposal number 2693P to Envision Architecture for the contract amount of $115,380 to design and the Iditarod Elementary School cladding repair.
Deputy Mayor?
I move to approve the consent agenda as read into the record by the clerk.
Is there any objection? Seeing and hearing no objection, then the consent agenda has been approved. We are now reached unfinished business. Madam Clerk.
Ordinance 25102, an ordinance amending MSB 4320 subdivision development standards to allow lots to be reduced to 30,000 square feet within single-family residential land use districts.
Okay, so the main motion is on the floor. Is there any discussion? Yes, Assemblyperson Sumner, go ahead.
Yeah, I haven't had the opportunity to review the plating board meeting where they, and I've also seen that there's been a lot of pushback on this. So I'm going to make it really easy. I'm just going to ask everyone to vote this down. I'm going to take under advisement any criticisms of it, and then I might be reintroducing a different version of it later.
Okay. Further discussion? Okay, so I hear an objection. So Madam Clerk?
If I can get the members in the room to go ahead and vote on ordinance 25-102. Madam Mayor, it failed with Assemblymember Phaneuf in support.
I want to be like Stephanie.
There are no vetoes. Madam Clerk, we're at new business.
Introduction for public hearing on March 3rd is ordinance 2622 with accompanying resolution 2613, ordinance 2624, ordinance 2625 with accompanying resolution 2615, ordinance 2627.
Okay, Deputy Mayor.
I move to introduce the legislation as read into the record by the clerk and set the public hearing for March 3rd, 2026.
Okay, is there discussion? Any objection? Hearing none, then the legislation has been introduced. Deputy Mayor.
Need to read it.
I move to confirm the mayor's recommendation as follows. Agricultural Advisory Board, James Hazlitt. Board of Adjustments and Appeals, resignation of Claudia Roberts. Plating Board, Steve Kevon. Alpine RSA number 31, Frank Busby. Caswell Lakes RSA number 15, Michael Hunter Leach.
Is there discussion? Vacancy report? Is there any objection? Okay, hearing no objection, the vacancy report has been approved. There is no other new business. Madam Clerk, we do have a referral.
Referral of ordinance 2621, an ordinance repealing a general standard of MSB 1730 conditional use permit for earth materials extraction activities.
Assemblyman Semler.
I move to refer ordinance 26-021 to the planning commission for 90 days. Is there anyone else I should be referring it to, Alex?
Okay, discussion, Assemblyperson Nowers, go ahead.
Just say, normally I am okay with referrals because it's good to get input, but, you know, I think in general, when asking for input, it shouldn't be our intent to provide not enough information for the body to give us good feedback. And I think we already had the plating board say that with a recent referral, and this one is potentially making the same issue. There's not a lot there. And then second, I would oppose it because I also think part of our job is to prioritize our work. And I've heard loud and clear from people on this gravel permitting process that we are barking up the wrong tree, and we're not having a lot of people come out in support of it. So I just think it would be a poor use of the public's time and test their patience and that of our boards to revisit this when we've just been through a lot already on this. So I will be opposing this referral.
Okay, further discussion, Assemblyperson Bowles, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I'm actually of the opposite opinion. I think that we should move this as quickly as possible to free up more gravel. You know, the way it's written right now is it gives comprehensive plans teeth, and that's not appropriate. So we need to, if possible, I'd like to vote on this tonight and pass it. But I don't think we can, but I'm just putting it out there. I think this is good. I think this is great for the borough. And I think that we need to open up more gravel mining in the borough and increase our, homes being built and our infrastructure. Thank you.
You just haven't been through a night of gravel at the assembly. Get yourself prepared. You think tonight was bad. So there is objection to the referral, so would you go ahead and vote then, please?
Please vote on the referral. Madam Mayor, it passed with Assembly Member Nowers opposed.
Okay, there are no reconsiderations, so we're at the point of parting comments. Mr. Attorney, parting comments? Okay. Assemblyperson McKee, parting comments? Okay. Assemblyperson Sumner, parting comments?
None tonight. Thank you.
Okay. Deputy Mayor, parting comments?
I'd like to thank everybody for coming out and thank the Lord. Please bless this valley. Please help us to make wise decisions to do your will, Lord. Thank you. In Jesus' name, amen.
Assemblyperson Nowers, parting comments?
Well, it was a record night for me to be a single vote. But it was also a record night because our legislation that Dimitri and I were ready to co-sponsor, so that was a record, that 250 million cubic feet. So a couple things, if the manager could maybe provide us clarification on what Mr. Hansen was talking about with the North Lakes Community Council is asking us to take some kind of action to clarify safe routes to schools for platting subdivisions, and it seems like there's some confusion. If maybe we could, if there's a way to clarify for us, if there is something that we need to clarify as a assembly for the platting. And I was interested to hear the testimony from the fellow who mentioned data centers, because on the East Coast, there have been a lot of issues with how that has affected their grid and water use. And communities there have been like, at first they were like, oh, this is great. Data centers bring more business, but then there's negative impacts. And so that have been negative for the people in the community. And those areas have implemented things like community benefit agreements. So I'll take a look at what we have on our request for information, and we might just have some suggestions, or I might have some suggestions of things the community would want to ask for to make sure that residents aren't negatively affected. I was obviously outvoted, but I think the weight limit exemptions, I look forward to hearing from the Road Service Board, because at the end of the day, if we're putting more trucks on that have the equivalent of 9,000 private vehicles on those roads at a time when those roads are sensitive, I get the argument about school buses and garbage trucks, but those are critical. This gives the ability for somebody for $100 to do something for convenience, and we didn't even put a limit on how much they could go over it. And so that $100 is going to not go very far if the road starts to fall apart, and it's going to be the taxpayer that's going to pay. So I'll be hoping that the tab board might have some recommendations for us. I think we might want to tweak that in the future.
Okay, Mr. Brown, parting comments? Madam Clerk, parting comments? Assemblyperson Bowles, parting comments?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. So I just want to say, I want to thank Assemblymember Bernier. I have a lot of respect for him. I have a lot of respect for you. I think we agree 100% on the issues. I've been watching it for years up here, and I want to make it very clear on the record that I support your efforts in bringing another shooting range. My only concern really is that those two private properties butt up against that specific shaded area that's in that. So if that shaded area shifts somewhere where it's not going to butt up against private property, or if there's another piece of property available, I mean, I'm a yes vote right away. So thank you for your efforts on that. We need more shooting ranges. And so, yes, I just want to make it very clear that I think you're doing a great job on that, and I appreciate that. And I'm not against that effort at all. 100%. I'm simply against that where that shaded area was against the private property. So, besides that, I appreciate the conversations on growth. I think we need to focus more on how we can stay autonomous as the borough. We don't need to involve the state in our affairs. We don't need to, when I first came on, there's this Eagle exit issue. where they wanted to, one group wants to come over to the borough and the one group wants to go by themselves. We are doing a very good job at maintaining our personality here, governing ourselves, and if you're paying attention to what's going on in Juneau at all, the last thing we want to do is bring on anything that's happening as far as the state level. So that I'll leave it at that.
Assemblyperson Gamble, parting comments, sir?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I too have concerns about not having any weight restrictions along with that ordinance. That there's no way that I believe that a semi truck with a lowboy and a full size excavator weighs anywhere near what a school bus does with kids on it. Last spring, I think I received no less than 10 complaints just on West Lakes Boulevard and Susitna Parkway by themselves about oversized, overloaded trucks. And by the time I got a hold of, I don't know if Mike, if you were the receiver of any of those phone calls, I know code compliance was. By the time they got out there and investigated, nobody ever got fined or held accountable for anything. So I think that's a nice feel-good ordinance that was passed tonight. I don't think it's gonna do anything to help anybody. Thank you.
Assembly Fauna, parting comments?
Thank you.
Okay. There are no I already said that. There's no executive session, and we will adjourn at 10:36.